10-0 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I mean, where did that offense go?
Well, it went to the locker room when Jamison Williams got tossed early for that targeting.
And all the sacks in that game.
Yeah, and they could not protect Bryce Young. I was going to say an under-the-radar one is 2014 at Arkansas. Do you guys remember that game?
Blake just hit that one with you.
Yeah, that Bama-Arkansas game, 2014. I think it was 14-13.
Well, I thought it was 14-13 was the final score. Or
Yeah,
no, so Alabama was 14-13 the final score?
I think so, yeah.
It was something like that.
Yeah.
And that was, if it wasn't for Amari Cooper, Alabama wouldn't have scored.
And Arkansas fumbles going into the end zone early, and it goes through the end zone and gives Alabama a touchback. And it turned out, that's a hugely significant play. Yeah, just an ugly, ugly football game. Yeah. And I think Saban had a all-time rant after that one. And Alabama turned it around after that.
The Clemson game was pretty bad, too.
The one in the Sugar Bowl, the semifinal game?
No, when Clemson – you're talking about Alabama's win.
Yeah, that was an ugly loss.
Yeah,
no, that was an ugly loss.
No, the one against Kelly Bryant was an ugly win.
Yeah, it was an ugly win. That's the game. We were doing a show in New Orleans the next day, and people were calling to change quarterbacks after winning a semifinal game.
Yeah. And by the way –
ultimately, they did. By the way, change quarterbacks.
Ultimately, the fans knew what to do.
They were right.
Yeah, would have taken away 2nd and 26 probably. Others that popped to mind for me, Georgia Southern, the you-know-what through a 10-horn game. The South Carolina game where you had to put Mark Ingram in the Wildcat. The Rocky Block game was one. There's been a handful of games. There were several last year. The LSU game last year was an ugly, ugly win. But they're wins, right? They're wins. All right, full list at AL.com if you'd like to check that out. Thank you for being part of the show. Again, if you're with us ever on YouTube, every day hit that thumbs up. That helps us out. Remember to like and subscribe everywhere, including YouTube, all of our social media platforms. We're back tomorrow live again at 9 Central. The replay starts again in a second. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We start our weekly spotlights on Monday, normal game day week. Week 0, though, today. We'll look at some betting lines coming up. We've got Spygate going into week 0. We'll hear from Rich Rod in just a second as we get going on this Wednesday live show now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor. That's Ryan Brown over there. Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, and Taylor Korn handling all of our social media platforms. Right off the bat here, we'll tell you to hit the thumbs up button if you're watching us on YouTube. Like and subscribe everywhere you go. Let's see how high we can get that number today for all of you in the chat room. I'll start off by saying last night was my first night of 2 weeks of being a bachelor. I'm 0 for 1 on being an adult. But I'm here today. The lights have never been this bright. But a great time with friends last night. We had a great meal last night.
It was a great meal, yeah. One of my favorite places to go. We won't give them a shameless plug because they don't advertise with us, but great place, a lot of fun.
We have 2 friends who come in town occasionally, and they've been big supporters of ours for a few years, and just great guys. And one's an unbelievable golfer, and the other one's an unbelievable wine connoisseur.
Yep.
And we just enjoy our time with them.
But you know what they hate most about it is Rockstar will not participate.
Yep.
It's a little too much for Rockstar.
He used to.
I know.
They're great guys. It's just a lot of stuff that I don't get involved with. Conversations that I can't really contribute to. I don't order an expensive meal. I'm the guy that gets the chicken fingers and fries.
And I don't know that this place even has chicken fingers is the problem. So Rockstar really can't even appreciate the restaurant.
Yeah, but Rocky's you've got a built-in excuse. I mean,
well, now I do.
No, they don't dislike you at all. They love you, but they just miss you. They want you to be there.
Oh, I know. I just feel like I don't contribute. I'll throw my little undercarriage humor every now and then, but then it's just I just stare at a plate and listen about wine.
Yeah,
I don't know about wine.
I think with Woody, it doesn't really matter if you talk.
Yeah.
But see, that's the weird thing.
That fair?
I don't even drink wine, and I'm fine there, Rockstar. And they are always like, try this. I'm like, guys, I don't like wine.
They try like octopus and stuff. Like, I'm out.
No, I like octopus. I do.
The octopus.
The octopus came out last night.
We had some calamari last night.
My wife, she has a jingle for them. It's the Poochie and Woody show. The Woody and Poochie and Woody. Woody and Poochie.
They would love that.
It's the Poochie and Woody show.
Yeah, Poochie wants to make picks this year. He wants to be picks with Poochie. Now, that gets brought up a lot. I don't know if it gets remembered.
Oh, Poochie picks would be good.
We were going to go Poochie picks, but if you Google that one, can't hashtag
Not
that one.
suitable for work.
Yeah. And we can't let Woody pick either because Woody picks didn't work either.
I'll check it out just to see what it is.
Maybe a pick segment with those wine guys a little bit later on. But a lot to get to, including Spygate with Jacksonville State. Man, if you're looking for a reason to tune in the opener this weekend, week 0 for Stephen F. Austin and Jacksonville State. First off, it's main ESPN. You'll get it after morning game day. Game day cranks up today, and you get to mid-afternoon at 2:30, and you got Jack State and Stephen F. Austin right there on ESPN. So that's a good place to watch the Gamecocks this weekend. Let's hear from Rich Rod first about this Spygate situation. And then Brown's going to break it down for us as the JSU alum. Here's Rich Rodriguez, head coach Jacksonville State, on what Stephen F. Austin has been doing for a long time, it seems like.
Whether it's true or not, I'm a pretty good source. It's true that they had a couple staff members at our spring game, which is kind of like that's not really supposed to happen. But we're making plans accordingly. If they're over there thinking they have our plays or what have you, or signals or something like that, we've changed things since the spring. So we're aware of it. And then we caught somebody trying to film something the other day. And first my daughter caught him, Raquel saw him. And then we caught him again, saw him, peering through there with his camera. And I sent the biggest guy in our program's crew, one of our assistant strength coaches. He's about like 6'7", 350, probably benches like 1,000 pounds or something. Sent him up to bleachers to run him out, and that guy disappeared pretty quick.
Well, all right, let me just say this. Coach Rodriguez has been in Calhoun County 6-7 months now, I guess.
Right.
And as I said on Twitter last night, this is very on-brand Calhoun County.
This is?
Oh, I can't tell you how many times growing up, Welborn was getting ready to play Anniston, and Aniston's got people filming Welburn's practice. I mean, this went on all the time in Calhoun County. So I don't know. I don't know that if he's just playing the role or if Stephen F. Alston is really sending over people to film practice.
Well,
it seems old school.
Back to the spring game. Is it taboo for guys to show up at the spring game?
Well, I mean, most of them are on TV.
That's
now.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, you could watch it on TV anyway.
Yeah, and I don't know this to be factual, but like any game that is played, all these schools subscribe to that Exos, that outfit that gives you the all 22, gives you the end zone views. It gives you every view, but everybody gets the same stuff. Did their spring games not go up on that too?
I would imagine, and I'm not a guy who would send my coaching staff to another school. I would say the advantage of being in the stadium is you watch the signals going in from the coaches.
Well, yeah.
And then you're diagramming what the signal is, coinciding with the plays, and it's taboo to get that in the high 22.
Yeah, well,
so
that's true because that's normally framed up where you don't get that, right?
That's what you would get if you're in the stadium. I mean, it's the old Patriots,
video gate,
whatever tape gate,
whichever one that was.
Whatever gate involved Bill Belichick then was that they had their camera crew going advance of games and just shooting the bench so you could tie it up with the plays. Clock, signal.
Now I'm with Lance. If you got coaches at the spring game, that's pretty bush league, but okay. I mean, it's open to the public. But man, if you're filming through the fence at practice, it sounded like they were in the stadium. Well, so if you've got somebody that's filming through the fence at the stadium, that is old school.
For instance, in Tuscaloosa, there are some great condominium sky rises that overlook Alabama's practice field. It is in your HOA, your covenant there, that you cannot be out on the balcony.
I know.
When the Tide's practicing.
That's right. Yeah, but just to avoid that.
Yeah,
right?
You own it.
Yeah.
But you can't be you signed the agreement. I can't be on the balcony to watch practice.
And I do believe that is enforced.
I think it is.
Vigorously.
I think it is. And that's probably hometown people.
I'm a little surprised Stephen F. Alston is this concerned with Jacksonville State.
I think they lost 28-24 to the Gamecocks last year.
Okay, well, they're number 10 in the rankings.
They are, and this is Rich Rod's first year, and he's had a ton of roster turnover. So I would think, and Lance, you were looking for a line on this game. I don't know if you've been able to find it. I would imagine.
Where's the game at?
I think it's in Montgomery at Crampton Bowl.
It's at Crampton Bowl.
I would say Stephen F. Alston is a 10-point favorite.
I was going to go 10 points.
Yeah.
And I would take Stephen F. Alston and give those points.
I probably would too.
Well, I mean,
especially now that they've scouted them out.
Well, I don't know. This feels like, now I want to go back to my Calhoun County roots. This feels like, and I know this was not only Calhoun County, but this feels a little bit like coughing in the end zone day before the game. Like, if y'all are going to let Alexandria come to our field and put a coffin in the end zone and you're not going to pay them back for that, I don't want to coach this team. This feels like a little of that, too. Like, guys, Stephen F. Alston, if y'all are going to let them come film our practice and not take it out on them at the Crampton Bowl, why are you even on scholarship? It's got a little feel of that to it, too, Jim.
He said, Watt says, listen, when I visited Kenya, it's a law there that if the president's motorcade drives by, you have to turn your back. Can't assassinate a guy if you can't see him.
It's a good point. Yeah, he makes a point there.
Yeah. Zach, man, Rich Rod was the coach at Michigan just like 15 years ago. Life comes at you fast.
No doubt.
It does. But I like having, can I tell you it's that time of year, by the way.
What time of year?
Where you get the most annoying thing in college football.
Which is, I know what this is.
I'll say it right. You say it. What do you think?
College football is better when.
Yes.
So it's good. Yeah.
College football is better with Rich Rod in it.
Yeah. It is. I think college football has been just fine with Coach Rodriguez doing whatever he's doing.
I saw a list. I forget what social media platform it was.
I saw
maybe Instagram, and it was like college football is better when these teams are good. And it didn't have Alabama, Ohio State, USC on it. It was like Auburn, Texas, the teams that just are not good right now. And I've always felt like, college football is pretty good when your team is good.
Yeah, that's it. College football is great when my team's good. But one of the teams on that list was Nebraska. And Nebraska's been irrelevant for 20 years now. And it might have been the best 20-year run in college football history. I mean, the last 20 years, I don't know if you guys agree. About the last 20 years of college football is about as good as I've ever seen. Now, I'm 46, so that's half my life. But
T-Bob Hebert would disagree. He misses the old BCS days when everybody had a chance to win the national championship, and he thinks Alabama's run's pretty boring. T-Bob said that yesterday on his new Volume podcast.
Well,
he's with Cowherd now.
Yeah,
he and Aaron Murray.
I do kind of agree. I mean, I used
you
to
agree
talk
with
about
T-Bob?
Well, look, I agree with you. The college football has been great, but at the same time, it has become a top-heavy sport. Like we used to talk about golf with Tiger Woods, women's softball, women's basketball,
women's tennis with Serena.
Yeah, look, college football has become that because I can guarantee you I can pick the national championship between 4 teams.
But
it's a guarantee.
But there are more teams now to counter T-Bob. Now, maybe it's because teams aren't keeping up competitively, but actually we live in an era where more teams have a chance to win a national championship than ever before.
Right.
4 teams literally go into the tournament. Now, have they kept up on the field to have a chance? No, but are they given? Do they have access to it? Yes.
No, but I just remember the days, and this is going to date me, but like 1990, it was a bad year, or 91, when you had a
terrible year.
Split championship between Colorado and Georgia Tech.
Oh, that was the most boring year of football
I'm not
of my
saying
life.
It wasn't, but I'm just saying going into that year, nobody had any idea those teams would win a national championship.
No, that's true. But my counter to that would be, I think that year Georgia Tech was playing New Year's Day in the Citrus Bowl.
I get it. Yep.
And Colorado was playing in the Orange Bowl. And they were 1-2. Or actually they were 1 in one poll, 1 in the other, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and they wouldn't even play each other. So to me, any day where 1 and 2 didn't play each other for the championship, I throw that out. Not the legitimacy of a championship, just to me it's hard to argue that those days are better than these days. I remember when Alabama played Miami in the 92 season, 93 Sugar Bowl. And it was 1 versus 2. And I just remember this because I remember them making such a big deal. We're actually getting number 1 versus number 2 on New Year's Day. That used to be the exception. We get it all the time now. Do you know how often we get to see number 1 and number 2 play? It happens all the time now.
Yeah.
You almost never saw it back in the day.
Absolutely. I think, Kerry's right. People kicked and screamed begging for a playoff, and now they're shocked that the good teams are the teams winning the title every year. When you put a playoff out there and you open up the door, there is a chance that you're going to have a lot of the same teams there every year. In the past, you'd have 1 loss, and polls could manipulate somebody out of the national championship race by 1 loss. You know what I mean? You could have other people consider their 1 loss better than your 1 loss, and you could have split national champions. But a year like 2007 just doesn't seem to happen anymore. Isn't that the year where LSU lost 2 games and won the national championship? But we had 18 upsets every Saturday. That was one of the crazy years.
And it was a fun year.
T-Bob's right. We just don't have that anymore. We don't have a year where we have a ton of upsets every Saturday to the point that we're rocking the top of the polls and redoing the top 7 every Saturday.
I mean, maybe T-Bob's right. I mean, I'll point out that now Georgia didn't get upset last year, but Alabama, that was a pretty big upset against Texas A&M that seemed like it derailed Alabama's national championship hopes.
I always call me a homer or whatever. It always feels like, or call it not fair, whatever you want to call it. But it seems like with Alabama, you don't really get nervous about each weekend until after the first loss because you're in there. And after the 1 loss, you're like, okay, probably still going to be there. You can't lose another one.
Now, that is what we've gotten in the playoff era.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that has happened.
Just listen to this. Going back 25 years ago, Florida was your national champion.
What year was this, Lance?
96,
okay.
So 26 years ago.
Right.
Next year, Michigan and Nebraska split.
See, a split now. I mean,
I know. The next year was Tennessee. The next year was Florida State. The next year was Oklahoma. The next year was Miami. The next year was Ohio State. The next year was LSU. The next year was USC. The next year was Texas.
Well, it's Nick Saban's fault.
It is Nick Saban's fault, but it's a different champion for a decade straight.
No, you're right.
You'll never see that again.
You're right. We had more.
Well, never see it again. I mean, we will see it again.
We will not see 10 teams in 10 years.
Well, I mean, that's impossible to beat. You can't do 11 teams. I guess you could have a split again, but it's hard to do 10 and 10. But I'm saying we could have a huge amount of variety soon.
I just don't see it. I mean, you tell me where it's coming from.
Well, I would tell you this. I would say at some point after 2025, it looks like Nick Saban could retire.
Okay.
That would help a little bit, right?
That'll help a lot.
I mean, his fingerprints apparently is all over the worst part of college football history here. And then another thing's going to happen. We're going to expand from 4 to either 8, 12, or 16 teams, and there will be a little chaos occasionally in that.
There will be. I still think
a little chaos. Again, like I believe Utah is going to get to a college football playoff this year, but there's no chance once they get there that they will even win 1 game.
Yeah, but what I've said many times, and I'll say it again here, when we get to 12 or 16 teams, then that's going to allow the best rosters in college football to lose 1 or 2 games in the regular season.
You're right.
And still get into the playoffs. Like there were some Urban Meyer Ohio State teams that had 1 loss and did not make it into the playoffs or the BCS National Championship game, and they were one of the 2 best teams in the country.
Okay, I'll give you that.
So now you're going to have like the top 4 seeds in the playoffs, but here's going to be, we'll use Ohio State as an example. Ooh, scary. I mean, last year's Ohio State team, 2-loss Ohio State team, if you'd have thrown them into that playoffs, do you think they may have had a shot against Alabama or Georgia?
They would have had a better shot than Cincinnati, but I think you saw with their defense, they weren't beating Alabama or Georgia.
I think if you line them up again, they would have had a shot better or the same as Michigan had against Georgia.
It would have probably been about the same outcome.
With their offense, if that team that played in the Rose Bowl was in the playoffs last year, well, they are going to be in the playoffs in the future. So that roster is still alive there, and I think that's what will open up some chaos is really good roster that maybe had a slip up or 2 wouldn't be in the playoffs now. When you get to 12 or 16, they'll be there, and I think that's how we'll get the upsets. Not from a group of 5 or a Big 12 or a Pac-12 champion if they still exist, but from one of these great rosters who happen to have a hiccup or 2 along the way that gets it all together at the end.
I mean, Lance Taylor's neighbor is right. Nobody in the preseason, now they didn't win the championship and they were far off from doing it as it turns out, but who in the preseason last year said, I got Cincinnati and Michigan in my playoff?
Nobody. I mean, some people said Cincinnati might make that run.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this. Now, looking at this, we've had 4 different national champions in the last 4 years.
I was about to point that out. Yeah, it is.
3 different SEC schools.
Clemson, LSU, Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah, I think we'll get a repeat this year. I don't know. Ohio State could change that. You know, 5-5.
So I need to take this back. Going back to 2013, Florida State, Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, LSU, Georgia. So we've had 6.
6 and 10.
Dunaway's going to be right. But see, I mean,
stop the presses.
The thing is,
the LSU is the outlier, though.
You can't do what I'm about to say. But if you take Nick Saban away from Alabama, it would be just as crazy as it used to be. But you can't do that. I mean, Nick Saban coached at Alabama, and he earned every one of those championships.
Somebody else fills the void every year.
It would be multiple teams that would, though. It wouldn't be just Alabama.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. Drink responsibly and enjoy this time of year, the beautiful weather as we start to roll into football season.
Yeah, Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, also available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
All right, so we will continue to talk college football coming up in just a second with Wimp Sanderson, who's in the next segment, and throughout the show. You can always be a part of it on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. That is 734-0923 with the 205 area code, 734-0923. You can jump in after we talk to Wimp. We'll open up the phone lines then. Later on, we'll also look at some betting lines for this week 0 of games. And LT and Brownie and I will take a look at maybe an upset that's out there. Next is Tuesdays. We do our upset alert. So next week, make plans to tune in and hear the sirens as we start our spotlight next week. Again, Guaranteed Friday coming up this Friday here on the show, and already right now at nextroundlive.com, you can go to our website and you just go down a little bit. You'll see Guaranteed Friday. Click that link right there and send us your 3 guarantees ahead of time. Move to the front of the line there, and we'll have those ready to talk about and read on the air for Friday's show. Looking forward to that again, Guaranteed Friday. The passing of NFL legend Len Dawson overnight at the age of 87. The rare in the Hall of Fame twice, Pro Football Hall of Fame, as a player and a broadcaster. And I would imagine for 88% of our audience that is watching, probably 98% for all I know, because I can't remember ever watching him play myself.
Yeah, I was going to ask Wimp about this. Not to date Wimp, but I did want to talk to him about Len Dawson because, you know, you talk about elite quarterbacks now. He was one of those elite quarterbacks, and it's really weird how his career started. He wasn't even a starter.
Right.
And then a few years into his career, he becomes an all-pro.
Yeah. So if you're not familiar with him, he's in the NFL with Pittsburgh and Cleveland. the AFL is cranked up, and he goes to the Dallas Texans in 1962 and wins the AFL championship in his first year. That's the team that moves from Dallas to Kansas City, and in 66 he leads the Chiefs to the AFL championship, loses to the Packers in Super Bowl I, and then is back later on and wins Super Bowl IV with the Chiefs and the great Hank Stram. They're killing me, Charlie. They're killing me.
You know, before Patrick Mahomes,
I think he calls him Whitey.
Whitey, they're killing me, Whitey. They're killing me.
If you know, when we play word association, if you said Kansas City Chiefs, I always thought Lynn Dawson.
Yeah.
Now I think Pat Mahomes.
You know,
but I always thought Lynn Dawson before.
Interesting. Yeah, I would think Derek Thomas, honestly, or Christian Okoye, the Nigerian nightmare.
Wow. Priest Holmes.
Priest Holmes too.
Yeah.
But I never saw Lynn Dawson obviously play. I'm like you guys, but I do know he's got one of the most strangely iconic photos in NFL history.
Yep.
It's halftime of a Super Bowl, not a preseason game, a Super Bowl at halftime. He's sitting in a aluminum folding chair with a Fresca at his feet and a lit cigarette in his hand.
I think it's Super Bowl I.
It might
be
be
honest with you,
but
and it is a madman's dream to if you're a Fresca or a Lucky Strike guy at that point.
That is.
I mean,
incredible.
Rockstar's got the photo. Look at that. I mean, halftime, he's got a
No
Fresca
F's given right there.
and a cig at halftime of a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Hey, QB, what do you want? Give me a cig and a Fresca.
I got to be honest, just plain as that uniform is, I like it.
Oh, I kind of do too, yeah.
Yep. I mean, that is training at its best back in the day.
Yeah.
Hey, and people that talk about smoking, I've never been a smoker in my life. I probably smoked a pack in my entire life. Man made it to 87.
Yeah. Well, he was calming his nerves
He
there,
did take
obviously.
the edge off at the half, didn't he?
He really
It
did.
looks like he's hitting a joint.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a zoom lens from 1966, 67.
You know, I remember him more from inside the NFL.
That was
used
my
to
point.
love inside the NFL.
That was my point on HBO.
Yep.
Inside the NFL, he was the guy that sort of talked us through the round table of that week's highlights.
yeah.
and such.
And back when you're a Tampa fan, I'm a Rams fan, you didn't get to see those teams. And that was, you know, between that and Monday Night Football was the only time you got to see clips of your team.
That's right. You would watch that and you're like, Lynn said, he'd come out of the commercial break, he'd be like, Atlanta with another big Grits blitz. Meanwhile, in Tampa, things continue to roll bad. Here's more from
The
week
old
one.
sombrero.
Yeah. And then it would go to the NFL films of the week. I was like, oh, that's so awesome. The great Lynn Dawson passing at the age of 87. When we come back, we'll talk to Wimp Sanderson, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. Always timeless at Bromberg's.
Yeah, look, if you're in the market right now for a diamond, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. They are your diamond specialist. Again, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. For more information, go online, brombergs.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Wimp Sanderson in a second. Always enjoy our conversations with him. Nebraska Northwestern 11:30 on Fox this week. If you're looking for the Jack State game at Stephen F. Austin down in Montgomery, 2:30 on Main ESPN, followed by Alabama State and Howard at 6 o'clock on ESPN this week. CBS Sports Network for the only SEC game in Week 0. Vandy and Hawaii at 9:30 at night. Wimp's conversation today in a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Hey, again, we had 20% of our workforce called Hemp Hill just 2 days ago. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All right, the Coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing good. I don't know if we talked about this last week or not. I think we probably did not. 3-6 ruling is coming to effect for the scheduling in the future. 3 permanent teams and 6 rotating teams. Probably that will, I don't know if that'll stay that way, maybe 4 years in a row or something. I took, for Auburn, Georgia and Alabama.
Okay.
I want you 3 guys to each pick the third team. And for Alabama, I took Auburn and Tennessee.
Okay.
The third team, I've named about 3 different ones for the third team, and I can't seem to decide which is right. So you guys tell me.
Well, give us Auburn and Alabama again for you.
Auburn would be Georgia and Alabama.
Okay.
Those are easy.
And
Yep.
Alabama would be Tennessee and Auburn.
Okay.
That's exactly
Now,
right.
now, y'all may not agree to those two.
No, I do both
No,
of them. Yep.
and, those are automatic. And I think every school will have two that are pretty automatic. And you're exactly right. The third one becomes interesting, Wimp. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday at the end of the show.
Okay.
I think that it's a great opportunity on the third one to get away from a traditional rival. You take two with the traditional rival, and the third one, you make what the TV partners would see to be the best game possible, right? Like you take the best of the best and make sure they're playing each other every year. Somehow, Alabama's playing either Oklahoma or Texas. Just a made-for-TV game. We'll say Alabama gets Oklahoma every year. And you just go around and that would leave a lot of the so-called bottom 8 of the league playing against each other as well. Not great TV, but I would use it to make sure the best is playing the best every year. That third one, I'd get away from what is quote unquote a traditional rival and do a made-for-TV game.
You'd run out though, when you Jim
Of really good ones, yeah. I mean, you down at the bottom, you would be pairing up Vandy and Mississippi State, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I really believe to make sure that, Alabama and Oklahoma, will say, and maybe Georgia and Texas, somebody like that, where they're going to always be at the top in recruiting, and that your TV partner, ABC and ESPN, is going to say, that game we look forward to every year.
Lance, what do you think?
Well, I just think it's going to be weird not seeing Alabama LSU and Auburn LSU every year. But, again, it's almost impossible. We talked about
That's right.
I mean, whoever's going to have to schedule this, it's going to be really, really difficult.
Oh, there's going to be more fussing, Lance, than you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah, but
there's been a lot. Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm sorry, Coach. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what you run into, and I think you were about to say this, is like you say Auburn. All right, they got Alabama and Georgia every year. Well, they used to play Florida every year, and that was Amen Corner, Alabama, Georgia, Florida. That's tough for Auburn, obviously, but it was obviously what they did back in the Pat Dye days, and there's a lot of romanticism about that. Well, if you throw Florida in there, Florida's going to play Georgia every year. Well, now you've told them they're playing Auburn every year. Now you only got one more game for Florida.
And a lot of people say LSU, we played them 50 straight years.
That's right. But Tennessee used to be, back in the 90s and early 2000s, Florida-Tennessee was the best rivalry in the SEC. So, you start getting kind of – once you say, well, this is obvious for this team, well, now I've pinned myself in the corner with this other team. And that's where it gets really tough.
Yeah. LSU, the LSU athletic director has come out and said he's the only one that's said anything thus far as an athletic director publicly that they would like to have Oklahoma, Texas, and LSU.
Yeah, that was the Texas A&M AD.
I'm sorry, A&M AD. Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah.
So those three, that'd be pretty strong teams. I would not be surprised, and y'all be shocked at this one, that the third team for Alabama would be Mississippi State.
What's the longest running rivalry? And at some point, and that's the other thing I was going to get to, Coach, and you know this, at some point you can't just schedule this to benefit Alabama, Oklahoma, Texas, LSU. You got to worry about the whole conference. And State, they got to sell season tickets too. So they need some primo games,
Well, when you go through this over the years, you're going to have 8 teams above the line that are really good, 8 teams below the line that are trying to get good. And you're in a situation after 4 years, you see it's not structured quite right, then I would imagine that the ADs would agree with because nobody's going to like what they get. They're going to be disgruntled about one of the games anyway. That after 4 years, you would review this, and I don't know if you change it or not, but you might change it after 4 years if things didn't go, the way you thought they should go. And some teams got stronger than others, and some teams got weaker. I would say, everybody wants to know what about Vanderbilt, and I'd say, well, Vanderbilt, 2 of them would be Kentucky and Tennessee. I don't know who the other one would be.
Well, but there again, now you have filled out Tennessee's schedule for them. Alabama, what would you have? Alabama, Florida, or Alabama, Florida, Vandy, but now you've left off Kentucky, right? And Kentucky and Tennessee used to play for was it the Beer Barrel?
Yeah, I'd say Kentucky would play Vanderbilt and Tennessee. I don't know who the third one would be. South Carolina, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then Arkansas they would want to go into the state of Texas and play 1 or 2 teams. They'd probably have to play Missouri because they're close by. Supposedly not a great rivalry, but more so of a rivalry than we think because we're not out there much. But it's kind of interesting to see because they have that in basketball as well. They've moved to 5 in basketball that are permanent people for you. So I thought that's halfway interesting to talk about.
You know what would make this way easier is play a 10-game conference schedule.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Well, no, I don't think you'll find much support for that anywhere.
No, it makes. I don't know if it's going to make as much money as the Big Ten makes when you go to this, and people say, well, the SEC's better and more, but what they look at is the number of people that turn their television sets on. They may not watch the whole game. They may not even be real big football fans, but they'll turn, and there's more people in those areas, the Big Ten, than there is in the SEC. So.
Coach, we were talking about the passing of Len Dawson at 87 yesterday, and I really don't remember watching him play. I remember him on Inside the NFL, but a guy that won Super Bowl IV, a guy that's in the Hall of Fame. I know quarterback play is much different today than it was back then, but what were your memories of Len Dawson?
Well, not a whole lot. I know I think about him a little bit more with Kansas City than anybody, I guess, and he played with Pittsburgh, I think, and Cleveland, and jumped around everywhere, and he was a tough-minded codger, and he's always been that way. I thought even after he got through playing, I don't really know a whole lot about him or remember much about him. I guess I should, but I don't. But I think he lived to 87. He's a pretty tough guy, and I think I don't really know his really attributes as far as being a great player, but I know that when you think about him, Kansas City was awfully good back then. They had 2 leagues. They had 2 different kind of leagues back then, I think.
That's right. He was part of Super Bowl I and then winning Super Bowl IV, part of the merger there of sort of bringing those leagues together. If I asked you this question, because you coached over many different decades, the iconic Len Dawson picture is smoking a cigarette in the locker room at halftime of a Super Bowl with a Fresca down at his foot, and he's taking a draw of the cigarette.
Yeah.
Did you ever see in your coaching years players that would light up back in the 60s or 70s at halftime?
Well, of course, the cigars when they beat Tennessee. But no, I never did see much of that at football or basketball. Basketball, I guarantee I didn't. But,
well, what
football,
about coaches though? Dean Smith smoked all the time.
Oh yeah, he smoked. But he was a closet smoker.
That's right. He didn't want people to see it, but he'd light it up at halftime. Yeah.
He came to my clinic but he spoke when I was coaching, and he's a very big closet smoker, but that's just the way it goes.
Why do you think he didn't want people to see him? It wasn't even taboo back then,
I don't know.
He lived in North Carolina. That's where they made all their money.
I don't know, but that's sort of the way he always was. He's a very peculiar guy. All coaches are peculiar to some extent, but he was a little bit different. Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Your 85 is full.
Okay.
You got a guy you really want.
Mm-hmm.
You're fighting at 2 or 3 other schools for him.
Okay.
Could you give him an NIL scholarship but not make it athletic?
I don't think you can.
No.
Yeah. See, here's the problem. I think where you would run into trouble there is you can't recruit him. You've got to be careful how you recruit him if he's not on an academic scholarship. In other words,
if you've ever recruited him, I think the rule says if you have recruited him, he has to be a recruited athlete.
Correct. You like that prevents them from putting 25 players on academic scholarship, but still recruiting them to the football team. I mean, that's why that rule's in place. Yeah.
The biggest problem we're going to have before we get off of here is schools, NCAA asking schools to turn each other in.
Yeah, good luck on that.
How would that work? How would that work, Wimp?
Well, the problem is you don't know the rules to start with.
That's right. I don't even know if they're breaking the rules.
Yeah, you don't know whether they're breaking the rules or not. They're going to get by with everything in the world until this thing is settled. And I don't know if Tommy and Senator
Joe Manchin,
Manchin from West Virginia can get anything done. It's going to be difficult, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I hate to do this on the fly, and I should have texted you before. Do you have a blue plate? We got games this weekend.
No, I don't.
We always do this as a practice.
I don't have any.
It doesn't count against your record.
I'll wait until the big. No, I don't have one. The only thing I can tell you is Iowa State. Is going to Alabama's opener.
Utah State.
Yeah, Utah State is going to play a game before they play Alabama.
Right.
No, I do
not want to make a pick on that game, though.
No, I don't have any idea.
Okay.
You think Bama will win that game?
I think you got a chance. Well, how about Utah State's a 27-point favorite?
Yeah, they are. Would you like to take Utah State minus the 27?
It'll be more than that probably.
No, that's where it is right now. I'm looking at it. Utah State's minus 27 playing against UConn.
If I was you, I'd play Nebraska, give the points against Northwestern. That's the one I like.
Nebraska's laying 13 in that game.
Yeah.
Jim says laid 2 touchdowns with the Cornhuskers.
I don't know anything about it. I haven't studied that much yet, but Illinois is not very good. But I guess Wyoming's worse.
Illinois is laying 11, so Wyoming must be a good bit worse, yeah.
Well, I've got my seatbelt on because I'm expecting a rough year on the blue plate. I don't think you're going to. I mean, last year, what were you, 15-1?
It ain't going to be easy.
15-1. I expect this one to be a disaster this year.
It might be 1-15.
Yeah.
All these guys have bragged when I run into them. I don't even know them, and they talk about you made me rich. I know I didn't make them rich, but they whatever. I hadn't run into the guys that said you made me poor.
Coming soon.
Yeah. All right. So we'll start the blue plate next Thursday. Coach will have a full slate of action. Thank you, Coach.
Okay,
Love
later.
you.
Next Wednesday.
Bye. Next Wednesday. Thank you, Jim. Those are Thursday games I was looking at, but it is next Wednesday.
Yeah, next Wednesday is the when Wimp joins us again on this Wednesday.
What was the record last year?
15-1, 14-2, something like that.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I think he was 15-1. I don't think, and I think he even hit the practice one, and we gave it to him. There's finally, I don't know why I've been so weirdly concerned with this, but there's finally a TV time for that Nevada-New Mexico State game. It is because, it's a week 0 game, and up until last week, it was still TBD. And I'm like, you've had all summer. How can you not find it? It's actually going to be on ESPN2.
9 o'clock, right?
Yeah, 9 o'clock ESPN2. Oh, Jim already had it, guys. I am so sorry.
No, it's on the
Jim,
sheet I give you.
Yeah.
Jim, I'm sorry.
It's on the sheet I give
Rockstar,
you.
Jim had it.
Well, but when is the game?
No, I don't. It's on the sheet.
I gave you a sheet on Monday
last
morning.
week, Jim. Last week they didn't have a kick time. I don't think you've mentioned it on the show. I don't hear everything you say. I don't hear most things you say. But I was just going to point out, since I had brought up before, that it's no kick time that they have one. But
I don't like it when he doesn't get all his sleep. He comes in
I got
grumpy.
plenty of sleep last night. We went to dinner. I came home, watched Mad Men.
Ding. Big old
and then I went to bed, Jim.
Always fun to talk to Wimp. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Nut Dust. It's going to be another. Man, we got rain in the forecast
Every
again today.
freaking day. I mean, my golf clubs are rusted.
Yeah, I haven't
barely
played,
touch them.
Haven't played since when? Sunday?
I don't know.
Good God, that's like 3 days ago.
Like my hands are cramping trying to grip the clubs. So the old sack meter out there today is only a nice 7.1 today.
Look, always great to have Nut Dust on hand. Nut Dust redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's all-natural body powder, great for all over the body, feet, below the belt, available in 4 great scents, Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code TNR15. 15% off. That's officialnutdust.com.
All right. I agree with Hunter. Your dings are getting much less enthusiastic on the Mad Men references.
Ding.
Yeah. When we come back, play the blue plate music. Everyone wants to hear that when we come back, just to get ready for next week. And maybe we'll take a pick at some of these games this week. One on the board you like.
Okay, I got you.
For
right
week
here.
0 coming up on the other side, including that 9 o'clock ESPN2 game between Nevada and New Mexico State.
I might just take the Wolfpack just to piss you off, Jim.
When we come back on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. LancesLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at LancesLock.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. 26 quarterback battles still to be decided in the FBS, which seems like a large number.
Well, I saw Keaton Slovis just got named.
Shocking.
Mark that off the list.
As the starting quarterback for Pitt.
Yeah.
And that's what gets us into the 26 that are left. Keaton Slovis is now the starting quarterback. Yesterday, Michael Penix Jr. named the starter at Washington, the one-time Indiana quarterback. So he is over there. Former Troy quarterback Taylor Power is the Eastern Michigan quarterback, and former Alabama walk-on Lane Hatcher is Butch Jones's quarterback at Arkansas State. Those quarterback battles decided yesterday. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. If you're looking for a chance to get that roof inspected right now, your biggest investment, your home for most people out there, and Storm Restoration Roofing can help take care of that investment by making sure there's a great roof on top of it. If you haven't had that roof inspected in a while, Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing will do it for free. Free, no cost, no obligation roof inspection. All you have to do is call him up on his cell number right now, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Greg Nelson, he's the owner. He's also the guy that gets on your roof there. He and his wife own the company, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureaus, all the best warranty in the business, and insurance companies trust and love Greg. They love working with him. You will too. Keep the number on standby as well. If there ever storm damage, his crew is local, and he will help you walk through the process of getting a claim. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Week 0 games coming up. Got some point spreads here of interest for you. Nebraska 13.5 against Northwestern in the early game. Utah State, as Brown told Wimp, 27-point favorite against UConn. Illinois, 10.5-point favorite against Wyoming. Florida Atlantic and Charlotte, a game you like, Brown. Florida Atlantic, a 7-point favorite at home in that one.
That's tough for our guy, Charlotte, there.
I had told you I thought North Texas UTEP would be a competitive game. I just saw the line North Texas -1 at UTEP.
Tight.
Nevada's -9 in the now scheduled 9 o'clock ESPN2 game. -9 against New Mexico State could be a fun game. And then Vandy's given 8.5 on the road at Hawaii this weekend. The doormat of the SEC on the road at Hawaii. So, Rockstar, if you can play the Blue Plate special, Wimp will have his pick next Wednesday. But everybody loves the Blue Plate when Wimp's throwing out winners like that. I'd love for you guys to just tell me a game you like a little bit after we listen to this.
Blue Plate special, sitting in a mayonnaise jar on Sonny Smith's porch.
Can't wait till Wimp gives us the pick next week. Who do you like this weekend?
I like Nebraska a lot. Early game, first game we really, first decent matchup, Nebraska and Northwestern. I just think Nebraska is going to be much improved this year. Again, 3-9 last year. 8 of those losses, 1-possession losses. I think they flip it around. I think they come out, make a statement. I think they completely dominate Northwestern. I think this offense is going to be much improved under Mark Whipple.
Does it scare you that it's in
quarterback?
Does it scare you that it's in Ireland?
No.
And do you keep your body clock, Brown? If you're a coach, do you try to keep the team's body clock on 11:30 morning?
I don't know how you do that.
Because primetime game over there.
That's right. Yeah.
So I don't know how you manage that, but I always wonder if that is something that equalizes the teams a little bit.
I wonder when they get over there, because everybody talks about jet lag.
I assume they're there already.
Yeah, I would think so too. I've never been abroad. I'm dying to go to Europe. I've never been there, but everybody talks about the first couple of days you are jet lagged.
Yeah, so I think I don't know when they left. Well, maybe we'll check that Lunsford or Forrester right now and let us know. But I assume they left Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, I think
to get over there.
I would imagine they've been practicing over there. That'd be my guess, but I don't know.
So you tell me they're not going to class?
I don't think they're going to class. I think we're doing that remotely now. It's like it's COVID again.
I like Nebraska too. Who else?
Okay.
Is there one you like, Brown?
Yeah, I'm going to take Utah State at home. Logan Bonner is the returning quarterback. Played pretty well for them last year. UConn sucks. It's one of the worst programs in all of football, and they're having to travel to Logan. What kind of game do you play in Logan, Utah? That's an altitude game. That's going to work on UConn, right? They're not conditioned well enough to play the altitude game at Logan. And Logan Bonner, they're in Logan, is going to carve them up. -27, that's not enough. Not enough at all. The only thing that worries me here, is Utah State knows they got Alabama next week. So if they get the big lead, they may sit some guys so they don't have any injuries. I don't think they're going to be like,
they might do that, and they might not show everything they've got.
Yeah, I thought about that too, but I think they're probably like, we could hand Alabama our playbook. It's probably not going to change a whole lot. This is still Alabama. We're playing in Tuscaloosa. But I like Utah State -27.
Yeah, so that's some of the fun games coming up in Week 0, the official Blue Plate happening next week. Brooks points out it's a 6-hour time difference, Central Time to the kickoff time in Ireland. Just went this past December, he said, and enjoyed his trip over there. You guys are huge fans of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Picked up last night, official 12th season coming.
Best, in my opinion, the best comedy ever made.
Of course, it's going to get renewed. I think it all depends on if Larry wants to do another one. I think this is I don't know, it's a shocker that they're going to renew it. I think it's all based on Larry. I cannot believe they have not done the series they're going to have of him with a live interview, and he wanted to do it live. They had it canned about the history of Curb Your Enthusiasm and Larry David's career, and the night it premiered, he told HBO, nope, we're not doing it. I want to do it live.
Wow.
He is one of my favorite guys because he is so politically incorrect and he can get away with it. He's one of the few people that cannot be canceled.
Does it still have its steam? I mean, are they still putting out good stuff?
Oh yeah.
So,
Last season was one of the best ones we've
It
ever
really
done.
was.
Yeah, so that's good news for you Curb fans out there. I think I'm 3 episodes into season 1. And
Well, you can watch any. They all.
I know.
So you don't
Only
need to watch in order.
20 years old.
Yeah. Three episodes in. He's going to watch the whole
I
thing.
don't even think the first season's really in HD. That's how old it is.
How long
You
do
know
you
what?
give
It's
up
better
on
than
this?
Mad Men.
you think so?
Oh, it really is. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It showed up. The last episode I saw, he went to a dinner party out in the country, got lost. Somebody gave him, it had bad directions or something.
Bob Odenkirk, the Tabasco sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Tabasco sauce.
The wife makes you take your shoes off.
Yeah,
You know who loves Curb?
Who?
Young Jack.
Young Jack does?
Oh, he loves Leon.
Yeah. So I think that's episode 3, something like
Have
that.
you watched Crazy Eyed Killer yet?
Crazy Eyed Killer is unbelievable. Wasn't he like a Foot Joy commercial or a Dr. Soul?
Yeah, I can't remember. He did have crazy eyes. He likes to eat some things.
He got in a fight at a jewelry store. I can't remember if that's the last episode I saw for trying to buy a necklace.
With Richard Lewis?
Yeah, with Richard Lewis.
They've been friends since they were little, too. It's incredible.
One of my favorites is the smoke alarm with the exotic cake episode.
Yeah. It's so
It's
good.
incredible.
It's so good.
No, but I mean, so what they do is they play off real life scenarios. Like, have you guys ever had, like in my house, it happens every 3 or 4 months, a smoke alarm will go off, and I can't pinpoint which smoke
Oh,
alarm
you're
it
talking
is.
because the battery's dying or whatever?
Yeah. And I'll stare at one for like 30 minutes, and it's not that one, and I have to go to another one, and it takes like 5 hours to find which one it is.
Or when men try to open pickle jars, like, no, Donovan, let me try it. I'll show you. Oh, damn it, Brown. Oh, let me try it. I'll show you. This is the way to do it.
All right. Congratulations to you, Curb fans. Another year coming up, if Larry says so. When we come back, we talk more college football as we move throughout the show. Final hour today. Bobby Carpenter and UAB coach Bryant Vincent is with us. This is the next round, being brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap, making sure your gutters are ready for this fall season.
Yeah, look, one thing you don't want to do is get on the roof. It's a dirty, dangerous job cleaning those gutters out. Make the phone call to my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Gutter Cap's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call today, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
LT was looking during the top of the hour break there about Nebraska and Northwestern already over in Ireland getting ready for the game this weekend. And they say there's a ton of Cornhusker fans over there. They've been waiting. They've postponed this game. I know Nebraska hasn't been in every one of them that's been postponed, have they? But they've postponed this Ireland game a couple of times.
Yeah, that's why they were playing Illinois in week 0 in Champaign last year. That was supposed to be the Ireland game.
Right.
Was Nebraska-Illinois. I don't know if they had planned for Nebraska-Northwestern to play this year or if it was just like, well, they didn't get to go, so let's bring them back.
Let's keep pushing it back until we can get Nebraska's fan base over here.
For some reason, Nebraska was always in this Ireland game.
Do you guys remember this? So the team arrived yesterday on Tuesday, and it says that so many fans have shown up because it's such a unique situation playing in Ireland, and they said that the trip that a lot of fans showed up for was a trip to Japan against Kansas State in 1992.
I vaguely remember that.
I don't remember that.
They played in the Tokyo Dome, I think, or something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I vaguely remember
I do too.
Nebraska and Kansas State playing in Japan for some reason.
But they said it's a sea of red right now.
And I bet at some point they, please welcome to the stage Scotty O'Frost, the head coach of Nebraska. Wow.
Was that a good Irish?
Please welcome to the stage.
Where does that rate with Dunaway's Indian and Dunaway's
Indian was
Russian?
the best.
Yeah,
And it's Australian, too.
It's Australia.
The woodpecker thing.
Good day, mate.
Yeah.
All right,
Pip, governor.
let's do our headlines.
I do remember Navy and Notre Dame. That's the only other Ireland game I can remember. Now, maybe I'm forgetting some. Navy Notre Dame played.
Georgia Tech, Boston College.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, there's
it
been a
seemed like
couple.
those were week 1 games, though. I don't think those are week 0 games. Like, I remember that Navy Notre Dame game was going on head-to-head with College Game Day on a week 1. So now they're week 0 games. Anyway.
I mean, you always see on St. Patrick's Day, we always change people's name to O something.
Yeah, I call it that.
Scotty O'Frost.
Scotty O'Frost
would work pretty easy.
I used to love when I was a kid, though, the Anaheim and East Rutherford games. Those would always seem, they were what is now week 0.
Week 0, yeah.
Our buddy Josh Pate thinks anytime it's a neutral site college football game, an Angel loses its wings.
No, I don't like them anymore. I love on campus, but as a kid, you didn't get to see Auburn play Miami, Alabama play Ohio State, Tennessee play Colorado. Those games, you just didn't see as much of it. And those games matched those teams up, and you got to see some pretty good teams. Like I remember that Tennessee-Colorado, was it Tennessee-Colorado that tied out in Anaheim? It was like a 26-26 tie. Tennessee ended up with 2 ties that year.
Yeah, significant all season long, that opening tie.
Yeah.
I remember the Alabama-Ohio State opener like in 86 maybe?
86 in East Rutherford, yeah. I think Alabama won 17-10 or something like that.
But Derek Thomas had a bunch of pass
interference,
interferences.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that Thomas guy is going to make it.
Headlines real quick before we get to the phones, 205-734-0923. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing right there on Highway 31 in Pelham behind the Purple Onion, right there at the intersection of 31 and 119. The folks at Champions Boxing, they pride themselves on giving you a great variety for your fitness training, or if you're a competitive boxer, they can do competition training as well. They use the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. You can call them up to make an appointment to come by and see what the gym's all about. 205-358-8176. 358-8176, or just stop by in the afternoon after work or after school and check out Champion Boxing on Highway 119 and Highway 31. Not a fight club for ages 7 and up right there. And see them on Facebook and Instagram at Champions Boxing AL. Auburn named their captains yesterday, Derek Hall, John Samuel Schinker, and Owen Popo. Here's Owen talking about the honor it is to be considered a captain by your teammates.
Just knowing that people are going to look to me for answers, especially the young guys that's just coming in. They're just getting here out of high school, so it's my responsibility to come in and set the example every day, show them how to be a successful college football player, and just doing the right thing every day because, I can't show up and have a bad day because if they see me slacking, they're going to think it's okay for them to slack. So, I take the responsibility to make sure I do things right every single day. Yesterday
in the NFL, the 80-man roster was cut down to. They'll go to 53 with the final cut. Jamison Williams, former Alabama player, Ohio State player, with the Lions put on the injured list. He'll miss minimum the first 4 games. Same story for Chase Young of Washington. And released yesterday from the Baltimore Ravens, wide receiver Slade Bolden. Did make it past the 80-man cut.
I'm not entirely surprised. We like Slade on this show, but that was a long uphill climb for him.
I said this, and I think you guys agreed when he decided to go pro. Why not come back for that final year?
Yeah. So he went and it was injured a little bit, battling a sports hernia. He's going to have surgery, so that would prevent him from trying to catch on with another team this year. He'll give it a go next year. Uphill battle for him to ever get into an NFL game where I need him to have, at some point in his career, over 1.5 catches for a stake.
It's going to be a loss on your part.
You got a better shot at T.J. Yeldon.
Bad start there for that one. And Braves win yesterday. Mets lose. Yankees beat them. Braves in action 11:35 today in Pittsburgh. Let's get to the phones at 205-734-0923. Get you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Jeff is in the paradise we call Anniston. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Jones?
Before you start, can I just tell you that the most asked question I got at our kickoff party the other night, a week ago yesterday, was, do you think Jeff is lurking around, that Jeff is somewhere in the building right now? And people were starting to point out, that guy over there, is that Jeff? You think that's Jeff? You think that's Jeff?
We wouldn't know. We've never met Jeff. I'd not know.
I think that's what I kind of want to do is when y'all have one of your little deals like that or some other place, just kind of show up and come talk to you and just talk to for a few minutes, see how long it takes you to figure it out, or if you do figure it out.
Yeah, because you say your own family doesn't recognize your voice when you call in here, so I'm not sure we could,
So didn't we do a exercise where we put like a celebrity that we thought looked like you?
Yeah.
Was anybody close?
Rockstars was hilarious. No, Rockstars was hilarious. He had me looking like Judd Hirsch.
Yeah, I had you Wayne Root.
Stephen Root.
You probably were the closest, but you were still pretty far off on it.
Okay.
So LT was the closest?
So if I would have gone Denzel Washington.
We might have Ken down the line.
Yeah, I had you as I had you as a Civil War general. I wasn't close.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But it was not a real picture.
That's what Dunaway pointed out as a reenactment. He had a telephone pole behind him. Oh, okay. Thanks.
And am I the only one who thinks that one picture y'all show of Brown in his striped shirt looks like he's in around 10th grade? Looks like Eli Manning.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's 8th grade, and everybody says I look like a long-lost Manning in that photo.
You do.
I know.
It's not long lost. Hell,
Yeah.
you just fall far from the tree.
Yeah, I don't know that I look that much like Manning's now. Do I look like Peyton or Eli to you
No.
guys? But, boy, when I was a kid,
Yeah.
there's some resemblance there.
Yeah, I mean, if you said you were a Manning cousin, I could believe it.
I got a little bit of a forehead like they do.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I want to say that was two talented folks in the room Friday with Magic and with Rockstar and Brittany. That was a little bit of magic.
It was. I enjoyed that as well, and hopefully we'll get to see more of Brittany down the road up here. She's very talented.
And so I assume Rockstar's mom's least favorite baseball player is three-finger Mordecai Brown.
She asked me about that joke.
You have to explain it.
Yeah, no, I said, why don't you ask Dad? I'll have him explain it because I'm not explaining it. She's like, what does that mean, the bowling ball joke? And I was like, I will let Dad explain that to you. Or unless you want to call Lance right now.
I was just trying to make him laugh, Jeff.
I know. He
So
made me
bad.
laugh.
The Dunaway sock. I should have gone with the Dunaway
That's what
sock
got me.
early.
That's what got me.
Does anyone remember Roland Office?
Yeah, I remember Roland Office. Did he play for the Braves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Center fielder.
Yeah, I remember that name, Roland Office.
Long leg to body ratio. Yeah.
I don't remember that about him, but I remember the name.
Gary Maddox.
Yeah.
Spider leg up there. Do any of y'all remember Rita Coolidge?
No.
Yeah.
Rita Coolidge, the singer?
Singer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was her?
Got to dance with somebody.
No.
She did one fine day.
Jesus. I think I heard
She
that
did
recently.
One Fine Day. The remake of One Fine Day
Yeah.
was big for her, and she had a couple others back in the 70s. I just saw a weird movie the other day with her and Jim Carrey, and it just made me think. It warms my cockles to see Nut Dust back with y'all.
Me too.
And I thought I had a great idea for them, but after thinking about it, no.
I'll just share it and we'll tell you.
I get like 4 or 5 texts a week for ED. Why, I don't know, but I do somehow. And I thought, well, if they could add something to their dust, they could do that, kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then I thought that probably wouldn't be good for golfing or coaching Little League or something like that.
That's a good point. Yep. You had to think through that one, didn't you?
Yeah. If it weren't for that, I think it'd be a great idea. Amazing job by a coach. Kentucky, 10 wins in 2 of the last 4 years, or Vandy, 2 straight 9-win seasons.
Vandy 2 straight 9-win seasons.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing just, tell me when you think Vandy ever digs out of where they are right now. When Vandy ever goes to a bowl game again, that seems so far away now, especially when you keep expanding SEC games in this league. I don't know if we'll ever see them get to 9 again, so I'll go James Franklin as well.
Can I say this? Stoops has done it in a more difficult East than James Franklin did it in.
I would agree.
Yeah. So the East has been more difficult for Stoops than it was for James Franklin. That's all I would say.
Which coach would you rather have?
I'd rather have Stoops.
I'd rather have Stoops.
Are you saying that because, and I would rather have Stoops as well too now, but are you saying that because Georgia is so good now?
Well, I think Georgia, I'd have to go back and look at the years, but he called Georgia, in the Richt era where they were just okay.
Yeah.
And then I think Florida, didn't he catch Florida in the chain? Was it
wasn't that
McElwain?
Muschamp?
Wasn't that good South Carolina? I think it was well before McElwain was there.
I'll say this, Jeff. The other impressive thing was Missouri back-to-back SEC championship games, and I think that shows you where the SEC East was. But Missouri, that one year, 2013, was really good.
Yeah, but I think when they were doing that, you're right. I think Missouri was good, and I think South Carolina was good with Spurrier at the time.
11 wins.
So it makes it look like it's weak to me if Missouri and South Carolina are on top, not Georgia and Florida. You're used to that.
That was 12 and 13 were the 2 years. So I think that was
no, that was the bad Florida teams.
Yeah,
that was Missouri team.
Yeah, that was the McElwain teams, I think, right?
When's the last time y'all seen a catcher pick off a runner at first base?
You know, Jeff, I haven't seen that in a while.
I mean,
It's been. It used to Bench and Pudge were great at it, and Medina was good at it. But it's just something I hadn't seen in a long time. God, I love that play.
Yeah, it's just a low percentage play, right? To throw behind. It's hard to do when you got a left-handed batter. So you got a right-handed batter, and you know the guy's either stealing or he's not that far off the base at that point. I don't know, but you're right. You never see it.
Oh, Bench was a master at it. He really was.
Did you see the old? I think it was the Blue Jays that got somebody stepping off the base the other night with the old hidden ball trick.
Oh,
Yeah,
I like that one too.
Ball came back into the shortstop, and the guy that was on base turns his back to him, looking out at the scoreboard as he's stepping back onto second base. And the guy just acted like he threw it to the pitcher and put it into his glove and waited for the guy to take one step up off the base and tagged him. The umpire sitting there watching it, rung him up.
Boy, that never works.
And probably celebrated like he's in fifth grade again. What would y'all say was Tennessee's second best win last year? Giving them Kentucky as their best win. What was their second?
I'd have to pull up their schedule.
Yeah, I'll look at it right now. Second best win for Tennessee last year.
Oof, Lance says.
It's terrible. South Alabama?
Well, I mean, they played a long time with Alabama. Their wins were Vandy, South Alabama, Kentucky, South Carolina, Missouri, Bowling Green at South Carolina.
I guess South Carolina just because it was such a blowout.
And they beat them 45-20, yeah, at home.
What defensive help have they gotten? Have they gotten a lot of defensive help in that I ain't hearing about?
No, you're right. When I say they're going to go 10-2, and I look back at last year's schedule, it is a hard argument for me to make.
And Florida's won, 16 of the last 17 against them?
They've owned them, yeah.
And speaking of which, would y'all take Tennessee to win the Pac-12?
No.
No,
I don't think so.
Big 12?
No.
You got a better chance than the Big 12, I think.
Yeah, I mean, those are a lot alike to me.
Big 10 West?
It was such a contrast in the way they play versus the way the rest of that division plays. That would make it weird.
I still think Wisconsin's better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What would y'all say is the Mount Rushmore of dumbass Jalen Rose statements?
That we should not use Mount Rushmore again. That ends it all, right?
He's got so many.
It's well played, though. I like that one.
Would a top 5 or 10 coach have more success at UCLA, Illinois, or Maryland? Because I still can't for the life of me see why those programs aren't better than
God, it'd have to be UCLA.
I would say UCLA too, but tell me why you think Illinois should be good.
Well, just the football recruiting in that area is pretty thick.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. Illinois got good high school football.
I thought for a minute Maryland was going to do something because of Kevin Plank and the Under Armour connection.
Thought they'd be Oregon East.
Yep, really did.
Yep. I just don't see Illinois recruiting. I think you got Chicago, obviously, that is huge. But I think Champaign and Chicago are about as far apart as Earth and Mars.
I think it's 2.5 hours. I remember when the Bears played there when they were redoing Soldier Field.
I'm just talking about the way of life.
Seems
the way of life,
yeah.
Seems to be very different.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, in Maryland too, you get some decent players that come out of that area.
Oh, yeah.
Maryland, and I mean, you would think they could recruit the Virginia Seaboard.
That's right.
Right there.
Yeah, but I would say UCLA, Maryland, Illinois, even though Illinois has a better history than Maryland does.
And I wanted to bring up something. This is kind of old. Sometimes y'all are harder to get into than a not-need virgin. But I was going to ask this from a couple weeks ago. Y'all's disrespect for the Klitschko brothers, it amazes me when y'all were talking about best siblings in sports of all time. So I know they're not American, so, that probably hurts,
Look, I think they were underrated fighters.
They won 40 heavyweight championship fights. 40.
But
Vladimir holds the record for most wins and defenses of unified championships and for the longest amount of time of being champion, over 12 years. Now, not consecutively, but he was heavyweight champ. the tally was 45-2 with 41 knockouts, and his 2 losses, he dislocated the shoulder in one, and he had a cut in the other one against Lennox Lewis, and he was ahead in both of those fights. It just, 40 heavyweight championship fights. That to me it's not even close.
Yeah. I don't watch boxing, so I'm kind of hampered by that.
Okay. And which one of y'all got Clemson the highest? 2 more questions. That's all, I promise.
Well, I think I had Clemson number 4. Did you guys?
Hold on, I've got the list right here. If you try to remember, I feel like I had Clemson pretty high. Dun, 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 dun. What do you think I labeled that, guys? You think I labeled
I don't
that?
know, Jim. Lance also
inside the mind of Jim.
Lance also wants you to find that that starting quarterback bet we did. I can't find that.
I think you conveniently lost that.
I had Clemson number 5 for me. I've got Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Texas. Clemson 5. Brownie had Clemson number 3. He has Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia.
It's going to be me then.
And LT has Clemson at number 6, so the lowest. Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Utah, NC State, Clemson.
It's going to be me.
So, Brown, do you think the percent? So I know I've heard you say you think Uwe's going to have a bounce back
I
year.
do. Yep.
You know, I saw him in one of his high school games against Bryce Young, and that's one of the best high school games I've ever seen. And I mean, he's got I really think it's confidence once it goes from one to the other like that, one year to the next. Don't you think it's confidence
I
more
do
than
think
anything?
I think it's. I don't know. It's puzzling what happened to him last year. I really don't know, but I think he'll have a bounce back year. He's lost some weight. He's trimmed down. That'll help his speed. I just expect him to have a really good year. Changing offensive coordinators worries me a little bit.
Right. Okay, last one. I give y'all 5 teams to pick now. How many national championships would those 5 teams win in the next 10 years?
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. We're going to think on that one. So I
Okay.
get to pick 5 teams and get the most national championships possible out of those 5 teams.
In the next 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that when we come back. Rockstar's viewing menu. And I've got a scheduling point to make. You know, when Brown brought up, everybody's got to sell season tickets. I'll make that on the other side as well. What they're saying in the chat room after Brown tells us about the great folks at JohnsonRVCenter.com as we get ready to hit the road.
That's right. Go see those toy haulers starting as low as $219 a month with approved credit. You can see them I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Check out RV Warranty Forever. And you could take care of that RV you get with them and make sure you got that peace of mind with RV Warranty Forever. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, over in the chat room, Zach says, traveled for work a lot to the Midwest. Tough scene for high school football. The burbs don't produce the talent. That's what I was talking about. I mean, you look at the census, man, a lot of those states you think are really good should be really good in the Big Ten in football. A lot of people have moved south.
Yeah, I've never thought of Illinois as that heavy personally, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, they've got the city of Chicago, so you think, oh, there's a lot of talent there. But, I mean, do you really think the city of Chicago has great high school football?
No, I don't think so, no.
Enough to feed. I mean, if you're really good, you're going to Notre Dame or Michigan or Ohio State, Alabama. You're not going to go to Illinois. John Lunsford, back row, says Vladimir Klitschko got engaged to Hayden Panettiere.
That's a win.
That's a win right there, he says.
Give him a belt for that one.
And Chris, I don't know if he's in on Clemson or not in on Clemson, but he says Clemson part of my 3 guarantees. Remember the 3 guarantee show coming up Friday right here, and you can jump in and get ahead of the line and document your 3 guarantees right now online at nextroundlive.com. Go to our website, nextroundlive.com, and just scroll down a little bit. You'll see 3 Guarantee Friday to submit your 3 guarantees right now. Also today, part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Brownie will send out, or Taylor will send out a poll question here in a little bit, and it's all brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment, where you can jump online right now and get those rental gear, right, Brownie? You get some Cowan Equipment stuff.
The plastic on the seat piece of equipment. I had a hard time finding Cowan.com.
Yeah, go check that out right there at Cowan.com. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Jesse in the chat room, I just moved from Illinois, and the high school football there was pretty bad. That was sort of my point on talking about Illinois. Interesting game, though, week 0 for them again as they open up. Didn't they have the shocker last year where they beat Nebraska?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was a shocker, but it was surprising that Nebraska didn't win that
But
opener.
they turned around and lost to a crap team the next week.
That's
I forget
right.
who it was.
We thought Brett Bielema was back, and then the next week.
They turned around and they just laid an egg the very next week.
-10.5. They're the favorite 3 o'clock Big Ten Network this week as they play host to Wyoming. Should be of all the games this weekend. There's only a handful that will draw my attention. That one will draw my attention. I'll be cheering for Wyoming.
Are you going Wyoming in that one?
I'm going to cheer for them. I don't know if they'll win or not.
No.
Part of our show being brought to you by Simpio, and then I want to make a schedule thought on what you were saying about other schools, the lesser schools having to sell tickets too. Simpio gets us back into our college football conversation.
Yeah, real quick, it wasn't a bad loss.
No,
It was
you're
UTSA.
right. But they lost 4 straight. UTSA, Virginia, Maryland, Purdue after that.
Yeah, it just looked that way before we knew how good UTSA was going to be.
That's right, yep.
Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
All right, so here is my point. We'll take what I think is the 3 worst teams you could give to Mississippi State for their permanent team.
Okay.
Ole Miss is an automatic.
Yeah.
Give them Vandy and Missouri. And I think that's the worst permanent lineup Mississippi State could have.
Boring.
So 1 year, their schedule would be this, Forrester, if we can zoom in on that. What would be Missouri, Vandy, Ole Miss, a permanent with Alabama, Florida, Texas, Texas A&M, Kentucky, and South Carolina.
All right, that's a good schedule.
Right?
Yeah, here, I'll hold that.
And then with the 3 bad ones again, we will go Missouri, Vandy, Ole Miss, and the schedule would be Auburn, Georgia, Oklahoma, LSU, Tennessee, and Arkansas. So my point being, it doesn't matter who your 3 permanent teams are going to be.
You're going to have a good other 6.
Because of the other 6 games,
so
no matter who's got the crappy teams, the other games are going to be good, and they play them every other year.
So, so you view like this schedule here, Schedule A, you view as they're going to play these home and home, so this would be their schedule for 2 years, and then that would be their schedule for 2 years? Is that the way
I
you
think
it'll
be this schedule, then this schedule, then this schedule, then this schedule. Yeah.
So I might play Bama in Starkville, and then I'll go to that schedule, and then 2 years later I'll play Bama in Tuscaloosa.
Exactly. So I just don't think it's going to matter who your permanent rivals are. Obviously, you want to play, if you're Mississippi State, Ole Miss every year.
It's going to matter on that, like the Iron Bowl, the Egg Bowl, stuff like that. But
But when it comes to quality schedules, everybody's going to have one, right? I mean, you're playing 9 games, and you're playing everybody every other year, so you're going to have a good schedule.
No, yeah, you make a great point there. You're right. Yeah. You're right. On the surface, it's going to look like, oh, crap, we got Missouri and Vandy, which I don't think Mississippi State fans would cry about that. That's, you got a shot at winning those games. But you're right. I mean, if that's the rest of my schedule, what's it really matter?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you polled Alabama and Auburn fans, I think both would want LSU as one of their 3.
Yeah, we discussed that at the end of yesterday. I would say yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm
would want that.
I'm almost to the point I'd be okay with 1 permanent game, just your biggest rival. The only, you're just going to lose a couple games that way. You're going to lose either the cocktail party or the Deep South Otis rivalry. One of those 2 you'd lose.
Right.
You'd lose Alabama, Tennessee, which, as the years have gone, I've gotten less and less worried about losing that one.
Right.
I'm almost to the point where I just do 1.
But what did you think of my let's make 2 of the 3 permanent games, old school SEC rivalry or old school Southwest Conference Big 8, whichever side of this you're looking at, rivalries. And then that third one, we try to say, okay, traditionally these 8 teams are pretty good, and these
Alabama,
8 teams
Texas.
are pretty bad.
Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, those teams, yeah.
Let's talk the top 8, and don't worry about traditional or maps or geography or anything, and say, all right, it would be good every year to see Texas and Georgia and Alabama and Oklahoma, and then do it that way. I think that would interest me, especially if I was ABC or ESPN. Yeah. I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
And then that way we know every year we're going to get that game. That's sort of the way I would want to do it. I don't know if that's how they're going to do it or how they're going to do it at all.
Carrie asked earlier in the chat room, or made the comment. I don't know if you asked or made the comment. It's been too far back to dig to. But do you think preference will be given to charter members?
I don't think it will be, but I don't know. I haven't heard anybody really publicly saying how they're going to do it. Should it? I think you should just look at what the traditions are. And you start with the automatic ones, right? Alabama, Auburn,
right.
Georgia, Florida, Texas A&M, that kind of stuff. And then you work from there.
I do think when you start discussions about conferences punting teams out to strengthen their conference, a team like Vandy that's a charter member, it take a lot to punt out a charter member. I mean, they were there day one and have been there the whole time. I don't think you'll ever see anything like that.
Oh, of kicking people out of the SEC?
Kicking people out
No.
because a lot of people are like, oh, you kick Vandy out and you add these teams.
No.
Vandy was there the day you signed up.
That's right.
I don't think you're going to be kicking them out of the league.
Nobody's leaving. I mean, the contracts, I can only imagine what the guarantees Vandy and, Mississippi, Ole Miss, all the original teams, what they have in these contracts when they end up doing new contracts for new teams coming in. I cannot imagine how tied to the conference. I would imagine there's no way that Vandy could be kicked out of the league.
Zero
legally.
chance. But one known is Vanderbilt is a team that will never be relevant. I mean, they just won't.
Unless they just go, somebody finally decides we are going all in on this. We've got a good city. Let's build us a good stadium. We'll figure out how to get kids in school. We want to be a football power. I think you could.
Yeah, it's just tough to be consistent. Stanford did it for a minute.
Yep.
Northwestern, we've talked about
They're
up and
ups and
down.
downs,
And then, Vanderbilt's just been down.
Yeah. Brooks says that's what the SEC was trying to do, the made-for-TV matchup with the permanent crossover rivalries like South Carolina and Texas A&M and those type of things.
Well, like where you have Alabama, Tennessee, Auburn, Georgia, some of those are givens too.
Yeah, but that's what they were trying to guarantee.
Yeah.
Those are made for TV games, which is why they put that crossover rival in there. Good point by him. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friend Dr. B. And then we'll answer Jeff's question about 5 teams to get the most national championships over the next decade. Dr. B's making sure LT's got the most hair over the next decade.
The older you get, the more things fall apart, fall out with age. For most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. It started happening to me last year.
You make it sound like at some point kidneys, like body organs.
You never know.
Things start falling out. Oh, Jim, you dropped your kidney.
Well, when this happened to me, I asked around. Everyone said, call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, and our friend Dr. B, the only one in Alabama offering it. He can target individuals' treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over the options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right. So if I was going to say pick 5 programs to get the most national championships over the next decade starting this year, I would take Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, USC, and LSU. That would be my 5.
LSU, interesting.
That was Jeff's question.
You left Clemson off, huh?
I did leave Clemson
I've got yours. Instead of LSU, I've got Clemson, though. I've got Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, USC.
I think that's how I would go, too. Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson, USC.
So you guys are saying over the next 10 years, you think Clemson wins more national championships than LSU?
Yeah, I just
That's
think
basically what you're saying.
The path to the playoff is much easier for Clemson over the next decade.
You know what
it is right now,
but I don't think that's changing.
I think
in
I'd
the
go
near term.
1-1. I think Brian Kelly's going to win one.
Yeah, USC's the one. I'm putting a lot of faith in Lincoln Riley, who couldn't win it at Oklahoma.
Could not.
I'm putting faith on him winning it in Los Angeles.
But he did, outside of last year, dominate the Big 12.
He absolutely did.
I've got a feeling he will dominate the Pac-12. He'll be able to get there. Will they be able to win games once they're there? We'll see.
Trip goes Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, USC, Miami is his
I
fifth.
don't have that kind of faith in Mario Cristobal.
either.
Not on a national championship level.
But we talked yesterday about them building an on-campus dome.
Yeah, look.
we did talk about that.
I will tell you, though, if they had that dome and they had a guy like Lincoln Riley, I would have more confidence.
Yeah. So you just don't trust Mario Cristobal.
Right. I think he can recruit great. I think he's an okay coach.
You agree with me, right? Sunday through Friday.
Yeah.
He's the guy you want.
Yeah.
It's Saturday you worry about.
Yeah, he was horrible last year when he took Oregon into Columbus and won on the road.
That's one game. How was he when he took them into Stanford?
Wasn't good.
No,
How was
it
he when
not.
he saw Utah twice?
Yeah.
We get one in the horseshoe, though. Can't win there.
He did.
Always win with Rockstar's View. I mean, you're brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. New Life Art, not only for Alabama fans, too. Great prints there, but for the Georgia National Championship last year.
Look, Danny Moore has been doing it for different teams forever. He's just really established the Alabama stuff. But New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787 or online, DanielMooreArt.com.
You got two things. One on Netflix now, another documentary. I don't know if it's a series or if it's just one special documentary. Running with the Devil, The Wild World of John McAfee. Follows the man behind one of the most successful pieces of computer software of all time after he fled when police sought him for questioning about the murder of his neighbor. Weird. And he took a film crew with him. With clips showing McAfee on the run, viewers witnessed what really happened as he became increasingly paranoid and detached from reality. The trailer is incredible.
He ended up, I think, living in Costa Rica. Is that right?
He died in a jail cell.
Yeah.
What does his tattoo say, Tyler? Yeah, he had a tattoo that said, "I won't commit suicide," and he committed suicide.
His tattoo said he wouldn't do this.
You have to wake up every day going, okay.
No, but is there possibly he did that because knowing somebody would stage a suicide?
They said the cartel was after him. The U.S. government was after him. That's what he's just. There's pictures of him with like AR-15s on a boat, like he's going crazy.
It's wild.
They're saying Jeffrey Epstein didn't commit suicide.
But he didn't have the tattoo though. So.
That's right. I don't know. He did not have that.
And then 9 p.m. on FX, you got that new series, Welcome to Wrexham, the docu-series chronicling the purchase and the stewardship of Wrexham AFC, one of professional football's oldest clubs, by two Hollywood actors, Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I had to ask Dunaway if that was legit because he knows soccer. I thought it was a spoof on that
Ted
other
Lasso.
show, Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
No.
But it turns out they're real, huh?
Well, they said that Ryan Reynolds didn't tell his wife, Blake Lively, and she was a little upset that he purchased this thing.
Oh, really?
And the docu-series on it.
I
got a soccer club.
But it is low tier,
Yes.
right? Like the version of single A baseball.
Yeah.
And, but they can, if they won, they could,
play up, right?
they could relegate themselves up. So they're trying to convince really good players to come to this low level to restore the winning ways of that small little team, and maybe they could play their way up. It could be very interesting.
Yeah, it looks interesting, actually.
We continue to get people in the chat room that say you've got to watch the Manti Te'o documentary on Netflix.
Yeah, I've heard it's really good.
It's incredible.
Okay.
I mean, people continue to tell us that.
Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it. I just thought it was weird that they released it.
No, I agree.
12 years after the fact that it happened.
Like, I completely have forgotten the story even happened. But people are saying it's incredible.
And
I've
they say
seen a
he
lot of
actually
people say
comes
that.
off pretty well on it. Like he
was the winner.
opened up. Yeah,
that's what I've seen is he was the winner on it.
Chase says he was killed. Tripp says he believes is where he was in jail.
I knew it was somewhere down in there.
Drew says McAfee also lived in Opelika back in the 2015-ish time. Forster from the back row, McAfee was batshit crazy.
Yes, I think that's true.
Is McAfee the guy who came up with the software that protects computers?
Antivirus.
It pops up on mine every day.
But I
He said
mean,
somebody bought it for him from like $7 billion.
I mean, he was a legitimate, successful businessman, and apparently just went off the reservation, didn't he?
Ran for president in 2016 and 2020.
I know nothing about this guy, but I'm going to watch.
Kevin said, I watched the An 1 story Rockstar talked about yesterday. Totally worth it, he said.
Interesting.
The rise and fall of An 1.
They did have a huge rise, and they just disappeared.
I know less about An 1 than I do about McAfee.
I do, too. I didn't
What
realize.
if he was an endorser of them? No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, didn't An 1 send out actual music playlists at one point, CDs?
They had a clothing line, didn't they?
Yeah, I remember they had basketball shoes. It was everything.
That may have been the whitest we've ever sounded right there.
Didn't they have a clothing line?
And also some music they put together? And 1 jams?
I agree with Carrie. Antivirus software became more annoying than most viruses.
It is true.
They
I'd
give
almost
you a
rather have
pop-up every day, like, hey, we got a special. This is going to
I know.
expire in 16 years.
I'd almost rather have the
Minutes.
virus. Yep. Makes your immune system stronger. Just getting the virus.
All right. When we come back, we'll jump back into college football. Our 40-40 team today is number 2 Ohio State. So we'll talk a little bit about the Buckeyes. Dennis Dodd writes today in your top reads at nextroundlive.com. Ohio State is feeling pretty good about themselves right now, and there's a reason why. We'll talk about that next right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. The only place to get the best gear for game day, the Pants Store, 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. If you're ever at a game and you're like, how come everybody else seems to have better gear options than I do? Chances are the Pants Store is responsible for the good-looking game day stuff. Pantstore.com, pantstore.com. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos like Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile, and especially for the women. I can't say this enough. Don't be wearing some guy version XL oversized T-shirt that you bought at a sporting goods store. If you're a great female college football fan, wear the gear that's designed specifically for you, and you get it at the Pants Store. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn, Alabama. All right, as we approach the top of the hour.
It's National Waffle Day. Do you guys like waffles?
I do love waffles. Waffles over pancakes.
I'm seeing this on Good Morning Football.
Yes, man, I love waffles.
I would eat one right now.
I would too.
Yeah, I would
Somebody
too.
go get us a waffle.
Do y'all always put butter on it? I just go syrup.
No, butter all over it, and then syrup in each little section. Yes, sir.
I do put syrup. I don't put butter. I usually, the place I get waffles, usually a big ball of butter comes on my waffle or pancakes, and I'm always having to look for a separate dish to put that on. But I do make sure that every square's got a little syrup in it.
And I like link sausage with mine too.
Oh, I like link sausage because I like dipping it in the syrup.
That's right. Yeah. You just drag it through the syrup and then eat it.
You typically like the crisper version of stuff.
Yeah,
I like a crisp waffle.
No.
Yeah, when I'm at Waffle House, I go make mine dark.
See, I do the opposite. I get the blueberry waffle at Waffle House. Say make it a little doughy.
Ooh.
Doughy is undercooked for me. Is what I
say.
say.
Doughy is a pancake for me.
I don't like pancakes. That's weird. I do not like pancakes. Love waffles.
I like pancakes.
I won't run from a pancake. I'll promise you. But
pancakes
I'm
are
a
just
waffle
like
guy.
too bready to me. I don't know. It's just
What is a flapjack? Is a flapjack a pancake?
It's a pancake.
It's a thinner pancake.
It's a thin pancake.
Are you a crepe guy?
I'm not a big crepe guy. No,
That's thin.
No, not crazy about crepes.
Yeah. Or as my buddies said in Las Vegas when we were there for March Madness, and when they woke me up to play opposite of my picks. After I'd played my picks, I was like, I got to get some breakfast. I need some bread. There's a crepe place. We were staying in Paris, and there's a crepe place down. I'm gonna get a crepe, and both of them were like, "What's a crepe?" And I said, it's a sort of a pastry with fruit or Nutella in it." And for the rest of the trip, they said, "Don't know where you're gonna go get your fancy pancakes."
Yeah,
the crepe is pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, we are redneck. The only Paris we've ever been to is in Vegas.
That's right.
You know what I like to do is take. Do your wives buy the
boobs?
What?
That's what you were doing.
No, I did that. You pervert.
Okay.
Do they ever buy
Tune in Tokyo?
Such an 80s reference. Was that on HBO?
What was that?
I remember.
1941. Belushi.
Oh, terrible movie.
I love that movie.
No, the
documentary. I thought
the can cinnamon rolls, and then you take those and you put one in each section of the waffle maker and make cinnamon roll waffles. Have you ever done that?
No, I haven't done that.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
And
by the way, you didn't invite any of us to the Viking feast that you bragged about yesterday.
Well, I didn't have one. That's not until next Saturday.
Have you invited any of us?
Well, no, y'all aren't coming. I'm doing that at my house.
Right.
It's a Saturday of football. Have I ever invited y'all to a Saturday of football at my house?
Just curious.
I ain't going to start now.
I invite everybody.
Yeah.
Well, sure, you do.
Lance has an open door policy.
Yeah, he does. So anyway, you put those in the waffle maker and you make cinnamon roll waffles, and then you heat up the icing and just put it over it. Oof. That's the way to go.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It is good.
it is good. I'd eat it right now if Tyler wanted to run and get us some. Yeah. Waffle Day, National Waffle Day. Appreciate that a ton. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, as we will talk a little bit about Ohio State right now. Michelson, our look ahead to this upcoming season.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, one simple phone call, Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Again, I had the procedure done 20 years ago. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. If you're wasting money on glasses or contacts each and every year, you owe it to yourself just to make the call to 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
If I asked you more respect for Ohio State because of Ryan Day or C.J. Stroud this year?
Ryan Day's system. Look, I love C.J. Stroud. I actually think he's a better quarterback than Bryce Young. We'll see how that pans out this year. But Ryan Day's system, it's flawless. I mean, you go back to Dwayne Haskins, and, I mean, every quarterback that has played for him, Justin Fields, C.J. Stroud now, these guys are ultra efficient.
Easily the best coach that hasn't won a national championship, you think? Or do you put him in the category, Brown, of he was born on third base, basically?
Ryan Day was?
Inheriting this program.
I mean, no more than Lincoln Riley was. I mean, I think Lincoln Riley earned his way to the job at Oklahoma. He just happened to time that out perfectly. And Ryan Day did the same thing.
I mean, people forget Lincoln Riley was at East Carolina when he really got noticed.
And Ryan Day just timed it out just right. I was trying to remember.
But I would go, that category to me is Ryan Day, Lincoln Riley, Brian Kelly.
Those are the three best.
I think so.
Not to win it.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you. I feel like all three will win one.
I do too.
I think they will.
Point.
But keep in mind, Ryan Day was a quarterback's coach in the NFL. in college football primarily until he actually got to Ohio State and became offensive coordinator. I think he was an offensive coordinator at Temple. Yeah, Temple in 2012. He only had 1 year as an OC before coming to Ohio State, and he was an OC 1 year at Ohio State and was co-OC at that.
Will you look at that 2012 staff? Was that our boy Matt Rule
at Temple
in 2012?
You'll have to give me one second.
Okay, I will. I'll take JD.
But I think he was, yeah.
I'll take JD in Huntsville on the phones before we move on. JD, welcome in, man. How are you?
Hey, good, guys. Good morning. Sorry I didn't make it last week, but I was kind of curious if Jeff had showed up and y'all got to see what he looked like. I guess he wasn't able to make it.
He did not show up. If he did, he stayed under the radar.
Too funny. That was a big thing. That would be awesome. Somebody find Jeff. Find out what the guy looks like. But,
yeah, we could give a prize to the first person that finds him.
Something. You guys probably talked about it yesterday, but Nick Saban with this new contract, there's so many questions that I started thinking about. Like, if he's going to hit 300 wins in 2024, when you say that season?
Yeah, 24 seems to be when that's going to happen, about mid-season, right?
I just wonder, like, what team is it going to be and what kind of celebration is it going to be? He probably doesn't want any kind of celebration. He'd rather just not even talk about it, but I just wonder, like, what kind of scene will that be at Bryant-Denny? And then if he plays all the way, if he goes all the way to the end of the contract, how many wins is he going to have?
If Saban goes all the way to the end of his contract and averages, let's just give him an average of 10 wins a year to make the math easy.
What about Bowden?
That's 80 more wins. Bowden, I think, he hit 400, did he not?
Yeah, for some reason, 423 pops out.
Yeah, Bobby, but keep in mind now, he gets his Howard wins because they were Division I back in the day. Coach Bowden ended up, 377. I can't remember how many Paterno had before he had to forfeit. But, if you go 10 wins, where is Saban now? To what?
He's at 269.
269, so he'd be at 369. He'd be knocking on Bowden's door if he averaged 10 wins. Yeah. 409 is Joe Paterno's record. I don't know if that includes the forfeits or not.
Yeah.
He's not getting 409.
No, he won't get to 409. That'd be tough.
And MJ makes a good point, too. 11 times 5 is maybe as easy math as 10 times 5.
Well, I was doing 10 times 8. That's 80 more wins because he was asking the rest of the contract, so we could go 88 wins if he would like. Yes.
Sure. Well, how long do you think it'll be before it becomes Bryant-Denny at Saban Field?
The year after he retires.
So there's no field name at Alabama, right?
No.
I think the guy that gets the field name gets the shaft, though.
Well, they can't take Bryant's name off of it, and they're not going to take Denny's. Although we got Denny Chimes, so
yeah, Denny's got a couple things.
Denny's getting stripped.
Yeah, I'd go Saban Bryant.
You would go Saban Bryant Stadium?
I would go Saban Bryant Stadium.
But it probably sounds better, Bryant Saban.
Well,
Stadium.
I don't think so. I think Saban Bryant sounds better. And here's what I would look at: who was responsible for most of the structure in that stadium, Saban or Bryant?
Yeah, different days though.
Just saying.
True.
Yeah, but who bought the cheap land next to the graveyard? Paul Bryant.
In hindsight, years ago, they should have cleaned out that graveyard. That land is so valuable.
Hey, guys, one last question. Did you guys watch House of the Dragon, and what did you think?
All right. Thank you, JD.
Yeah, JD, I did watch it. Again, I gave it about a 6.5 out of 10. I was pretty hyped up for it. There was only one interesting character. The thing that I said this the other day that made Game of Thrones to me was how many interesting characters there were and how deep that cast went. And I just don't see it with this show. And I think they had the over-the-top gratuitous violence to make up for what they didn't have storyline.
Well, remember early on you had a lot of nudity in the first one that sort of went away as the season went on and on.
Well, I will tell you this. So I never wanted to watch Game of Thrones, and Clay Travis was the guy that taught me into it. He's like, trust me. And so one day the family was out of town, and I put it on HBO on demand. Like in its third season, I put the first episode on, and I was hooked. I watched 6 straight episodes. And I just don't feel that at all with House of Dragons.
We'll see if that moves on. I haven't watched it yet, so I'll give it a 6.5 as well because I like to follow LT. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation about college football. Urban Meyer makes a comment yesterday that got some people discussing college football as he slides back into the Fox chair this weekend. And later on, Bobby Carpenter rejoins us on the show to talk Ohio State football. He's with us at 12 noon, and Bryant Vincent is with us at 12:35 on the show that's being brought to you today by our friends at Champies. We'll do the Champies Hour next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the poor boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, we move into the Champy's Lunch Hour right now, brought to you by Sterling and his wonderful crew on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's Champy's world-famous fried chicken. We'll talk about Urban Meyer and what he thinks of this college football season in just a second. 1 hour from now, Bobby Carpenter is on the show. LTD&B with you at Champy's Fried Chicken right now. You can get anything from a wonderful poor boy sandwich, whether it's got chicken or shrimp on it. You get great chicken sandwiches, chicken plates, bone-in Southern fried chicken with all the wonderful sides. The chicken fingers that are hand-cut by Sterling himself, they're huge right there, a basket of 4. You can eat on that for a couple of days. The Mississippi Delta tamales and a lot more just off Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Go win your tailgate. Your home for blues, brews, and bird is champy'schicken.com. All right, Urban Meyer yesterday talking about best conference in college football this year. And he says, top to bottom, it has to be the SEC.
It is the SEC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Top to bottom. What's the gap between the SEC and who?
Well, I mean, look,
Big
most
10.
people would go Big Ten, but really there's 2 teams in the Big Ten, possibly 3 with Wisconsin. I mean, I trust Ohio State. I don't trust Michigan. I think they win 10 games just because of schedule, but they're not going to be a factor in a national race. When we go top to bottom, I don't know.
So you'd go Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia.
I almost go ACC as second best this year.
Okay. So you would, in that case, go Alabama, Georgia, Clemson? Alabama, Clemson,
Yeah.
Georgia. Okay.
Alabama,
Georgia,
Georgia,
Clemson.
Clemson.
And then do you go NC State? Or is there another SEC team?
Ooh. So you go Utah first.
Well, Utah's not in the ACC.
No, but
No, but I'm talking about if we're going ACC to SEC, I think NC State would be the 3rd best team in the conference this year. I really do.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think Miami would be close to the 3rd or 4th.
So Miami's better than anybody else in the SEC, you think?
Well, I mean, look, let's just match it up. I mean, you guys give me the 3rd best team in the
It's
SEC.
probably most people would say Texas A&M.
Well, we're going to see.
We're going to see that game. And A&M, what are they favored in that game?
Probably 7.5, 8.
Okay, yeah, we'll see that game.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good game.
I do too.
I mean, a better quarterback. I mean, again, if you switch quarterbacks,
you're
gave
right.
them Tyler Van
You're
Dyke,
right.
they would be a national contender.
Yeah.
Best conference race this year of the 5 major conferences.
Big 12.
Big 12 for me.
No idea.
Yeah, it is wide open.
No idea.
Big 12 for me.
Yeah, I can tell you who's going to win the Big 10. I can tell you who's going to win the SEC. I cannot tell you.
You can make a case in the Big 12 for Texas, Oak State, Oklahoma, Baylor, maybe Kansas State. You like Kansas State.
I like Kansas not to win the conference.
That'd be a
though.
stretch. So
Yeah.
at least 4
I
there.
think 4, yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty good conference race.
That's right. Some people think Iowa State bounces back. Some people think TCU bounces back.
I think both do.
Texas Tech is an interesting team with Shuck. Is it Shuck
Yeah.
a quarterback?
Yeah.
Yep. So interesting league, the Big 12 this year. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the old high school yearbooks that come out, right? Remember when you were in high school?
Yeah.
The Echoes. It was the Echoes.
It was the Echoes, and you were what?
I
Most
was-
likely to.
I was Mr. Echoes the senior year.
Okay.
Because the name of our yearbook was Echo. So I was Mr. Echo.
Keep going.
I was Mr. Echoes, and we've got a photo. I mean,
Yeah,
Scott
you
puts
have
it up
proof.
at the break. Mr. Echoes and Pam Cobb was Miss Echoes.
Yeah. I think I was class clown. I shared it with another guy and a girl, so I was a rare tie somehow, but I was something. I thought I was class clown.
I think I might have been best dressed.
Not biggest flirt?
Sexy.
Yeah. You would never know the best dress. Somebody just said, Kelly Hunter's here in the lobby. She's like, my God, what are you wearing today? I'm like, I've basically tapped out of life now that we've started this.
All right, so
like,
Scott,
I used to dress well.
Scott found the photo of my very God I Love America shirt.
Yeah. Opening for Garth Brooks tonight.
Pam Cobb's got a little Tracy Lords in her.
Wow.
I don't even know what that.
Wow.
Yeah.
She does.
Wow.
I mean,
of course, you laughed at that. You outed yourself that you're a 1990s porn watcher.
Well, she was an
Everybody laughs except
She was an
Brown.
actress too.
Well, because I'm the one here.
She went mainstream.
I'm the one here that knows Pam and know that I don't use this lightly. Of all the human beings I've ever shared this earth with, she might be the best one.
The nicest. Or just the best.
Just the best person. She's a phenomenal human being. Sweet,
Is that
sweet
a
girl.
rugby shirt with stars on it?
Yeah, that's what that is, Lance.
Rubber buttons?
It's a yep. I think I want to say what was the store rock star?
Benetton?
No, I think Abercrombie Fitch. Believe it or not, I think that's Abercrombie Fitch.
Wow.
AF.
Then I know what it smells like. Greatness.
It smells like cologne.
Yeah. It smells like teenagers.
So I'd have to go back and find my other ones, but like I think I got I got some Saxiest Spirit one year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means
I played off of that.
Boy, swing and a miss for me. She's a pastor's wife now.
She is a pastor's wife.
Of course, so's Dunaway.
One of the greatest lines ever uttered on this show right there. Mark that one.
Mark it.
Mark it, Scott.
So I bring this up. So on the fly, we're going to give out some yearbook superlatives in college football. Okay, if I go life of the party, most likely to be life of the party.
Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin pops to mind. Yes, Ole Miss. Life of the party.
Yeah, Lane's weird. Like, he likes to party, and he might be good in, one-on-one situations, but, like, he's just not that personable.
He's really
when
not.
I've been around him.
I think Lane likes to be at parties. I don't know if he's the life of the party.
Right.
Yeah. Life of the party might be Dana Holgerson. Holgo?
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, I can see Holgo being the life of the party.
Carrie said Shane Beamer is life of the party.
I think Shane's probably a good talker, slick handshake guy, but I don't know that he'd be like doing a keg stand. I could see Holgerson doing a keg stand.
See, I'm going to hang on with Kiffin as life of the party for me.
It ain't Saban.
No, he wouldn't want to be at the party too loud.
Kiffin, Holgerson there. Okay. So with that in mind, we will do a couple of more of these after Brownie tells us about the great folks of Wayne's who've got a wonderful offer going for you right now. And start thinking about some of these next, like most likely to win the lottery and lose the ticket. All right.
Okay.
Most likely to one day be your boss.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Most improved since freshman year. Some of those coming up after Brown tells us about Wayne's.
Wayne's, you can find out more at 866-WAYNES-1. I just got an alert on my phone. They were at my house doing the mosquito spraying. They do my termite control, my pest control, but they really want you to know about Smart Pest. Here's what Smart Pest does. It's 24/7 rodent monitoring. You do not want a rodent infestation in your home. The minute it spots one, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. They send somebody out to exterminate the issue. You don't get an infestation. You also don't do anything except for calling 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. They love you like they love us. Use the code TNR for the next round and save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
Carrie says Scott Frost most likely to be life of the party, known to hit the bars in Lincoln.
Really?
Ooh,
I'm surprised at that.
I don't believe that.
That guy looks boring as wallpaper.
Well, I don't believe it because, that's such a football town, and as a head coach, you just can't do that.
But he just looks boring,
There'd be
though.
pictures everywhere.
Yeah.
Texas Terry says Sark used to be, but he retired it.
Yeah, I think there were times where Sark went a little too deep. Yeah, from what I've heard,
he could always bounce back.
He's out of college football now, but Vol fan 205 says, we actually saw Urban be the life of the party.
He was just kind of sitting there.
Yeah.
I think another female was a little more lively than him.
Blake says, "Give me the row the boat guy as the life of the party."
PJ Fleck?
Yeah.
He'd be a little too much.
Yeah, I think he'd be over the top.
Yeah,
we're moving away from him.
He would want to dominate the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, as we give out our yearbook awards here, most likely to win the lottery and lose the ticket. This list from Reddit, by the way, is some cool
Jimbo
cool
Fisher.
ones. Yeah.
You think he'd lose the ticket?
He won the lottery and he's lost his ticket.
Jimbo Fisher, most likely to win the lottery and lose the ticket. Hard to beat that one. I was thinking Mike Gundy, but Jimbo's a better one.
Gundy's got a tough job. We don't give Gundy enough credit. Gundy's done a really good job at
I
Oak
agree.
State.
He's turned what was a 500 college football program into a 10-win program. Gundy's a really good coach.
Yeah, the most underachieving program in all of college football, probably the history of college football, is Texas A&M.
I know we bust on A&M a lot, but Lance is right about that. It's probably the most underachieving we've ever seen.
Most improved since freshman year. Can be a coach, can be a player, whatever you want to do here.
Go Mark Stoops. I think he's grown as a coach. He was a really good defensive coordinator.
Maybe.
He took over that first year. I think he won 3 games. And Jeff brought this up earlier. To win 10 games and 2 times in the span of 4 years at Kentucky is incredible.
Yeah, I can't think of another one I could counter with. Yeah, it might be Stoops.
Stoops is really, really good there. How about most likely to end up Let's see. Find another one here.
Would Malzahn be likely to win the lottery? I mean, he won the lottery by getting fired at Auburn and lose the ticket. He seems like the type that would lose a lost ticket.
How about best comeback story? Best comeback story.
By the way, Kirby has improved a lot as Blake says from his freshman year. His freshman
Kirby
year
really has.
It was a little bumpy. Most what now?
Best comeback.
Best comeback?
I don't know if it's a comeback, but Sam Pittman to be an offensive line coach.
Yeah.
To get an opportunity to get a head job. Nobody knew who he was. Everybody was disappointed with the hire. And the guy has been incredible.
I know he's already been mentioned once here, but Kiffin's not a bad comeback story either.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy that got fired on the tarmac and had to, it was viewed as a failure in the NFL. Al Davis read this weird letter about him.
But he's never really had to come back. I mean,
Well,
it seems like
you
he's
say that,
always on third base.
I know, but I mean, he did have to go back to a coordinator role and coach at Florida Atlantic. That ain't exactly third base.
This is his second worst job.
Yeah.
Most likely to end up being on a reality TV show.
Mike Leach.
Mike Leach is a good one.
Yeah, Mike Leach could be that one. Sam Pittman, I think, might be fun on a reality TV show, too.
What was that one that had Paris Hilton and her friend traveling across the country?
Simple Life.
Yeah.
Nicole Richie.
Yeah, we had Nicole on the show, remember?
Yeah. She has my same birthday.
Like if you put Mike Leach and Sam Pittman in one car and had them travel across America, that would be a fun show with that vein there. Best bromance in college football. Best bromance in college football.
Jimbo and Saban.
Oh, man, a bromance.
It's not Stoops and Calipari. We know that.
It is not.
It was Kirby and Muschamp, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot in common.
Well, I think they shared a beach house until they both started making a ton of money.
And Muschamp's his DC this year now.
Yeah, so maybe it is.
He's
still.
taking over for Dan Lanning over there.
Yeah, I can't think of one, man. These coaches are so territorial, and they don't seem like they get along.
Yeah. Instead of bromance, how about cutest couple? Best duo. Best duo on a team, not actual couple or cuteness, but best duo on a team. I mean, Bryce and Will Anderson's a pretty dynamic duo there in Tuscaloosa.
Jackson Smith and Jigba and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Or just Harrison and Jigba. Two wide receivers there. Dynamic duo there. Just some fun with the yearbook there. High school awards as we get ready for this college football season.
Did you win any?
You didn't go best looking coach.
Yeah. Who is the best looking coach?
We know the best looking player is Sam Hartman.
Yeah, Sam Hartman's a good looking guy. Who is the best looking coach in college football?
Well, I mean, haven't we had some Redmont vodka, last calls that says it's Lane Kiffin?
I mean, I think the ladies kind of like Lane.
A little bit, but I mean, he was so bloated for so long.
He was. I think the ladies kind of like Lane. I think.
Harson's a pretty good looking guy.
Yeah, I think Harson. Yeah, he's cut up, takes good care of himself. Yeah.
Charleston, not Lane.
Not Lane.
It's not
Kingsbury a few years ago. Paul is right. I think Kingsbury, the ladies liked him, but now he's in the NFL.
He's like an really, really, really old
Ryan Gosling.
Yep,
Poor man's Ryan Gosling. Yeah.
Adam Mestre brings us part of the show. It's Rockstars guy. Enforcer, can you go back and get the Drake picture from the other day? Hadn't used that yet. Wanted to get into that in just a second after Rockstar tells us about the success of one of our favorites.
Hate the Drake. Let me tell you guys about Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022. He is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you'll make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
I've seen that the Drake curse has been officially debunked over the years, that the data doesn't back it up, and Alabama fans are hoping that to be the case because earlier
he was wearing Rams gear last year. Let me say that
Rams gear last year,
yeah.
And then Drake threw this out. If you'll read backwards in the elevator reflection there, that says Crimson Tide.
He's on the Bama bandwagon.
I have never seen that shirt. Have you guys?
Yeah, I have not either. But a lot of people making the Drake curse, the Drake curse. I mean, it has been debunked over the years that just because Drake wears the gear, you don't necessarily end up having disaster follow you. It's happened a couple of times.
Yeah, but, the Raptors won a championship. Yeah. The Rams won a championship.
I mean, he part owner, isn't he, of the Raptors?
I think he's got something to do with it, yeah.
Minority owner there. They won one and made it back to the championship one other year, didn't they?
He loves hot sauce, too.
Loves a good hot sauce.
I mean, where did he get that shirt? That is a tacky Alabama shirt.
It really is like, hey, can you give me the ugliest Alabama shirt ever?
Kevin says, I read that Drake made the shirt, or somebody that works for him made the shirt.
Yeah, that's what it looks like,
Taylor made a new line probably coming from Drake.
Probably so. He'll probably sell a billion of them.
CLC will get in there and get the licensing for that and sell a ton of them. All right, trash is on the other side as we continue on here today. Don't forget, if you're in the chat room right now, hit that thumbs up right there and try to get us high again there. If you got all these people watching, take time to hit the thumbs up there. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe right there on YouTube. Like and follow us everywhere that you get us on social media. And, do us a favor. Go all over the place and just follow us on all the social media platforms, even if you use one specific. Make sure you're following us on Instagram and also on Twitter. We're back in a moment. LT's Trash is just around the corner.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Lease 10,000 miles per year. WAC MSRP $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the poor boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
I don't know if Jay's being serious or not, but he says Drake's Bama shirt came from Victoria's Secrets.
Well, I think it was. Was it like the mesh? I think that maybe was the joke there.
Yeah, they did have that college series. I forgot what it was called.
Oh, did they?
Their pink line, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I could dress up my favorite woman in Bama gear, is what you're telling me?
Yeah. Who is your favorite woman?
Let me know about that. Pastor Maggie, of course, up in the Carolinas today, listening in, I'm sure. The Woody and Poochie show has made it in today,
I see that.
In here for trash, and we're about to get to that after I tell you that our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken bring you this hour. Mississippi Delta Tamales, would love one of those right now. Great selection in beer. You're home for Blues, Brews, and Bird Champy's Chicken. If you're ready for football, they'll get your tailgate, or if you're just watching at home to have great food as you watch the games, champyschicken.com, open for lunch today on Highway 119. If you missed our discussion earlier, we were talking about some SEC camps that are going on. Jarquez Hunter of Auburn says he's getting a bigger role this year, increased role this year. Do you think that is something you think Jarquez is bigger, more important for the offense this year or last year?
Well, I think this year because you had a better quarterback last year in Bo Nix than what you're going to have this year. So it's going to be more focused on the run game.
And Jarquez was so good early on, and I think I'm right by saying the last 5 games of the season, I don't think he got more than 5 touches in any game.
Yeah. And he had
seemed to go back to Tank Bigsby a lot more.
Yeah,
late.
but I do remember us like around the Penn State game debating if Hunter was actually the better back at the time.
Yeah,
better than Tank Bigsby.
Yeah, Bigsby is the guy, but
no, there's no doubt.
But I think Hunter is a great compliment, and I do agree with you with T.J. Finley more than likely being the starting quarterback. He's going to be he'll have a much bigger role this year.
Brian Kelly says the quarterback decision at LSU is coming soon. Will not give a date. 26 quarterback battles still up. Keaton Slovis, no surprise, named the starter at Pittsburgh earlier today. Last night, Michael Penix Jr. named the starter at Washington. Bobby in the chat says, I'll give the thumbs up today if Lance comments on the Better Call Saul season finale.
It was one of the best series finales of all time, in my opinion. They wrapped it up perfectly. Saul's character, the way it goes down, I don't want to give it away if people haven't seen it yet, but it was just, I thought it was nearly flawless.
And the way he can negotiate something just for the
amazing
shits and giggles of it at the end, knowing that just his negotiation skills. He's a
so good
scammer.
And bringing Kim back in her role.
Do you like Kim's new life?
I did not like her new life. I don't think Kim likes her new life.
Got some cool shoes.
But it was really, really well done. I don't know. I think Bobby would like it, or I think Bobby's probably seen it and probably agrees.
He's trying to get the agreement thumbs up there. Bobby, thank you for the thumbs up. Dare I say I want to dance with somebody, Rockstar. Let's do trash. Hit the button.
And he's doing his thing, and he's trying to jump up at me. And I try to hit it, but the chicken's jumping up at me, and I accidentally knocked it in the head. You know, call it a lucky shot, whatever. Next thing you know, he calls the chicken police on me. Chickens are dying every day, people, at churches, Popeyes, and Kentucky Fried Chicken.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, inflation out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit them online, mortgageright.com/TNR, to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
What are you looking at?
What is that?
What are you looking at?
No, I thought you were about to say something. Okay, first headline. Here we go.
All right.
Why are people icing their testicles? This is not a joke.
It's a big question on my mind.
Yeah.
Like icing,
Like
putting
cake
a,
icing,
yeah,
or-
like
yeah.
like a Krispy Kreme, nice Krispy Kreme icing.
Well, I mean, I think it's a
God.
legitimate question.
Health enthusiasts and biohackers are icing their testicles with ice packs in cold showers, believing that doing so helps increase testosterone levels and sperm quality, also boosting energy and sex drive.
Huh. Go ahead, Jim. Say it.
No, just sperm quality was funny.
Yeah.
Like debating a good wine or not at a table.
This one's wearing glasses.
Now, the practice is based on the idea that excessive heat in the groin area is bad for testosterone production and sperm health.
I've always heard that in the debate about like tighty whities or boxer briefs or just normal boxers, that you're not supposed to keep them up close to the body.
Now, according to Lu Dang, a urologist based in the Philippines, testicles hang outside and separate from the rest of the body because they function better at temperatures lower than the body's normal temperature.
That makes
Okay,
sense,
dumb
right?
question, but isn't that why, sometimes I can trip over them and sometimes they're really tight? Isn't that the yin and the yang of it all, so to speak?
You have
is
what
to
we
keep
call-
it a constant temperature?
Yeah, you have the thing we call issue. You need to get to a doctor. Throw them over your shoulder and go.
Now, I'm reading directly here.
Okay.
People who ice their balls believe that cooling the testicles is a good way to boost testosterone and sperm, but nobody can for sure say that it actually works.
Well, it's one of these.
But they can't say it doesn't.
Yeah, you never know till you try,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Dunaway busted me last night in the green room just getting a little
Oh no,
little bath.
I know good well Dunaway will be sitting in an ice bath tonight.
Oh, you will. You'll try it.
Yeah, you'll try.
I'll
it
try
with
anything
him.
once.
He'll report back.
Okay, the cost of
They
raising
said it was higher quality. I don't know.
cost of raising a kid has gone through the roof, they say. Cost of raising a child through the age of 17 has gone up more than $310,000, according to a new survey. Now, the organization ran the numbers from the Wall Street Journal and said that for a married middle-income family, it costs $310,000 to raise one child. Comes out to an average of $18,000 per year, 9% increase from the year before.
I believe this.
I would say a large percentage of mine has gone to Chick-fil-A, though. They got a slice of the pie there. The number of Chick-fil-A meals over the years.
Just reading the headline again. Doctors remove a steel cup from a man's rectum in India 10 days after his friends inserted it as a drunken prank.
Well, they had
All right, guys, it's enough. I'm done. I'm done.
Rockstar's got a picture?
I'm tired of waddling.
There's
That
the
is
picture.
not the real picture, Rockstar.
That is not the real
That's not the
picture.
real
I mean,
Rockstar's not.
It's like a solo cup.
You can't get that all the way in.
I mean, obviously you have to
Looks like a fez.
you obviously have to remove it at some point, Rockstar. Eventually the cup will runneth over.
Yeah, oh my God.
How embarrassed was this guy to go to the doctor? He waited 10 days?
10 days.
You're wearing it wrong.
He's got the...
I got to do a handstand and have a drink.
What do they used to... scoliosis.
Yep.
Look at that.
It does. It looks a little crooked.
Well, I'm sure when they did the X-ray, he was still kind of uncomfortable. He's probably
Now he was laying normal. Yeah.
It's off the map.
Yeah.
Okay, so doctors have removed this steel cup from the man's rectum 10 days after his friends put it in there as a drunken prank. The 45-year-old from India.
I mean, my gosh.
With friends like that, right?
Had
Really?
the substantially sized object removed via surgery at a local hospital.
I would
The
imagine.
incident took place August 19th. Apparently happened when the unfortunate man was out drinking with his friends. According to reports, the victim's friend said they inserted the sizable item up his rectum while he was in a, quote, inebriated state. Cup is around 3 to 4 inches in diameter. If you're watching, 6 inches long.
I'm so drunk, guys. I have no idea what you guys would do. But if y'all did something to me, I probably wouldn't remember it. I'm going to sleep now.
Doctors had to cut through the intestine to finally retrieve it. Procedure took 2.5 hours. The man is recovering and is said to be stable.
Well, I'm glad he's recovering. Got a story to tell for life now.
Snoop Dogg selling out again. Got a new label, Snoop Loops.
Oh.
Oh.
You got a picture?
They don't have pictures yet.
Now, the rapper, actor, and entrepreneur is launching a new cereal called Snoop Loops. The whole grain cereal looks similar to Kellogg's Fruit Loops, but also includes marshmallows.
Oh. So it's Fruit Loops and marshmallows? I think I've had that before.
They do have that.
Yeah.
They can't look too much like Fruit Loops, though, because they'll get sued.
Yes, we'll have attorneys.
They spell it F-R-O-O-T.
Yeah. Snoop
That's a good
Loops.
That was a bad one.
You kind of missed on that one, Lance. You hit the light.
So U-Haul rental trucks are the trendy new date hotspot, according to this story. Growing number of millennials and Gen Z sweethearts are ditching established, more expensive date nights and anniversary rituals for a night in the back of a U-Haul.
Okay.
How much does that cost, the U-Haul?
I'll get there.
It's like $19 to rent, but you charge by the mile.
Yeah, it's $19 plus mileage. Popcorn also $19.
Didn't you guys almost have to get me lunch for a U-Haul to get back from the Midwest because the rentals weren't going
I do remember
one way?
that because we joked he was going to be like John Candy and the polka band.
Which is an empty bag.
Yeah.
Damn, she got a lot of snacks.
She does.
That is a full thing of popcorn.
But when you lay out the
radio,
when you lay out the bed in the back of a pickup truck going to the movies, that just seems.
Oh, there's another one. There's the
It
trend.
seems what, Jim?
I don't know. It seems like you're like playing a card that hadn't been dealt yet.
Oh, that's an actual full U-Haul truck with sushi in it.
Oh wow!
Wow.
And a bed.
And what we call a mattress.
Yeah. I believe
Someone's about to get knocked out.
Somebody
Hence my
has
point.
been rather suggestive on this one, haven't they?
Yeah.
You put a bed in the back of it.
Hey, not one bottle, but two bottles.
That's right.
I hope they have corks and not screw off.
You know how hot those
Ruin
things
the
are,
mood.
though?
I heard the screw off wine is the money ball of wine.
Well, I did a poll question last night on my Twitter feed, and that was the quote.
I like screw off wines. I really do.
This was the
All
quote.
right, we're talking about screw off tops.
Yeah.
Versus the cork.
Yeah.
Most people would look down their nose at a screw off top wine, right? Because
Person
it has
at
a
our
cork in it.
table, quote, screw off caps are the money ball of wines, end quote.
Okay.
I disagree. Some quality talent in the screw cap wine world. I'd love your opinion. Agree or disagree that screw cap wines are good or bad. 71% say they agree they're good. 28.7% say no, you're wrong, Jim.
Poochie agrees. Woody disagrees.
Yeah.
That's right?
Oh, Woody's in favor of the screw off.
Oh,
cap.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. These guys know their wine.
Yeah, they know their wine.
So the viral clip of is this the viral clip of 722,000 TikTok views?
I think this is just the. I don't know if it's a clip. I think one of the two of these things, like the fake candles and everything. This is the new trend that people are like, instead of going out, let's just rent a U-Haul and drive and get in the back and get frisky.
Wow, man.
It's a lot of sushi.
That really is a lot of
Are
sushi.
those nunchucks down at the bottom?
I think those are
chopsticks.
Chopsticks, Jim. I don't think they're nunchucks now.
Oh, okay. They're still in the wrapper. Okay.
They are still in the wrapper.
Could
yeah.
be finger cuffs.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, Chinese handcuffs, right?
You got me.
I can't move.
Are those nunchucks?
That's what I thought they were nunchucks.
Yeah. No, they are not. Those are chopsticks.
Yeah, that's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen. Market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With the speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise again. Call them today, locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Okay, if you're in studio here, it'll be the far TV on the left up here. But if you're watching on all of our video platforms, Forrester, give me the team picture this week from the Florida Gators. Billy Napier got to Florida and noticed there was not a lot of support with the football program. He's been given free reign like Nick Saban when he got to Tuscaloosa by Scott Strickland. If you're counting, the blue polos are support personnel. The blue jerseys are football players.
Which one's more?
116 football players, 140 support personnel for the Florida Gators.
My gosh.
Polo shirts and team pictures outnumber football players.
Wow.
140 to 116. That is this year's Florida Gators.
Napier's trying to send a message there. I don't know what that message is. I guess that I've been given everything I want.
I can't decide if he's going to be good or not.
I don't know. You know, here's the first clue on this. We've always heard, we've had people tell us behind the scenes that of all the Saban guys, the one that operates the closest to the way Saban does was Napier. We've had a lot of people some people tell us that. That would be a first sign right there where you go in and say, this is what I want and I'm getting it all.
But I heard this about Will Muschamp, too.
But did Will Muschamp get anything he wanted at Florida?
I don't
Like
know.
Scott Strickland has basically pulled a Mount Moore. He's going to stand in the doorway and let Billy Napier build the infrastructure the way he wants. I mean, just think of the salaries of hiring all those people.
Yeah, and I'm sure some of them are GAs or whatever. You're sending a message there, though. You got anybody that's associated with the program at all to come send that picture.
And you can't really make it out, but a lot of young faces who handle recruiting and scouting and all of that stuff in there. Billy Napier trying to build something down in Gainesville. Just an eye-dropping picture, 140 to 116 on the polos to the football players in the Florida Gator team picture. All right, we'll come back and jump back into the college football on the other side. Some NFL news as well. Bobby Carpenter at the top of the hour with our 40 and 40 team, number 2 Ohio State today. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's. You got any plans tonight, guys?
Oh, yes. It is Wednesday night. That
trivia.
means
Trivia.
Odie's team trivia. Brown's going to be pinch hitting for Will Haver. So me, you, and Rockstar will be out there. You going to come up with the trivia question?
I thought that was your job.
Well, I
He's
mean,
going to give it to you, man. He's a generous guy.
No, you hand it to me and I read it. I'm reading the questions.
Fair enough. Come
Yeah.
out, join us tonight, 8 o'clock. If you've never been before, it's a ton of fun. If you've been, you know how much fun it is. Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, located in Crestline Village. Get there early. Eat some of the great food from the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. 8 o'clock tonight, Odie's Tavern, Team Trivia.
In the chat room, Mark says Napier is the next Butch Jones. John says, looks like they've got the buddy system, one manager for every player,
No
basically.
doubt.
Yeah. And Kerry says, not just giving every player their own personal butler.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
That'd be a great recruiting tour.
Wouldn't it, though?
Hey, can I get a Diet Pepsi real quick?
I want Michelle.
Not on the menu, Rockstar. Back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on The Next Round. Rockstar Give Me Cut 7. Will Levis asked this week about Heisman talk. Now, to me, Will Levis nowhere near New York City.
This is a waste of time.
Yeah, but, you know, a lot of people hyping up Will Levis, maybe a dark horse to get into the conversation. Listen to what he says about the Heisman conversation, and then you guys paint me a picture on any way he gets to New York. Here's Will Levis.
Well, this time of year when the Heisman Trophy candidate lists come out, possible candidates, you're on a lot of those lists. How do you feel about that?
I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. I don't look at that stuff. Like, it doesn't, none of that's ever mattered, so why should I care about it?
He looks different behind the podium than he does eating.
Oh my gosh, it's the brightest light ever.
No, he looks different everywhere. Like every time I see the guy, when we saw him in person, he always looks different.
Where would you guess, and this is yards per game, he ranked in passing last year? In the country, not in the conference.
In the country, I would
72.
I would say deeper than that. I would go 88.
Okay, so a little better than y'all thought, 61st, 216 a game. But that, I mean, to put it in perspective, the actual Heisman Trophy winner, Bryce Young, was 324 a game, a full, 110 yards better
on average per game.
He is a prototypical old school NFL quarterback when we're talking about size and arm strength. I mean, he's 6'3", he's 230 pounds. But let's not forget, this is a guy that couldn't beat Sean Clifford out at Penn State. That's why he transferred to Kentucky.
Exactly. No, to answer your question, what would he have to do to get in the Heisman discussion? Kentucky would have to have the greatest year of football they've ever had.
They'd have to win the East.
That's number one. Win the East, go to Atlanta.
So be in Atlanta because they vote the day after the SEC championship game. That's why Bryce Young locked it up last year with his performance against Georgia. And everybody voted the next day, and voting closes at lunchtime on Monday. So he would need to be playing on championship Saturday.
That is right.
Okay.
And your 2 quarterbacks that are your favorites, I'll just give you their last year's numbers. So he's going to have to beat these numbers somehow. C.J. Stroud, 4,400 pass yards, 44 touchdowns, 6 picks.
Basically, he doubled his production, Will Levis's production.
Yeah, because
he cut the interceptions in half.
He was 28-12. He was 24-13 touchdown interception, 28-12 passing yards, 34-13. So he's going to need a full 1,600 more yards just to match the C.J. Stroud yard numbers and 20 more touchdown passes, 7 fewer interceptions. That's just to match Stroud's numbers last year.
Yeah, pretty amazing numbers right there. Our friends at Way to Wellness want to keep you feeling amazing. It's not just about weight loss. For me, it was about blood pressure, cholesterol, and getting my life back in line. But I did lose 45 pounds along the way. Leslie and her wonderful team at Way to Wellness want to help you reach your goals when it comes to being in the best shape of your life, both on the inside and the outside. It helps you mentally and physically. They have a great team there. Overseen by board-certified professionals. They keep you in check, blood work, and a bunch of stuff there, including a consultation right off the bat, a free consultation. Here's the website to learn more about Way to Wellness. The website is aplanforme.com. You can just Google Way to Wellness, or you can go straight to their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everyone's different, but you can just start saying, what did you do for Dunaway? And see how simple it is. And it has to be simple for me to stay to it. It is that simple. It's a program designed for you. There are no contracts. There are no sign-up fees, and you get that free consultation. Again, the website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Go check them out. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. All right, getting ready for our conversation about Ohio State and the Big Ten with Bobby Carpenter coming up at the top of the hour. Tomorrow on the show, we're going to do our sliding, I don't even know what we call it every year, but it's where we have a slider and it covers up 3 win totals. So if you think, for instance, Alabama, which will not be one of them because it's so obvious, we'd stop the scale at the top and it covers 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, you just put it at 11 and it's a no-brainer.
And you'd probably do the same for Georgia. It's a no-brainer. Yep. So we've got 12 interesting teams we're going to do tomorrow. And Taylor's got some animation built for us, and we'll have fun with that tomorrow on the show.
We copied the Cliffhangers game off of Price is Right. That's where we came up with this idea.
That's right. So you had, what is it, yodeling?
Yeah, it was the guy. We can't play it. I'm sure we'll get sued.
Yeah.
But it's the guy that they'll do the yodel.
And it would go up the mountain. So Taylor's going to try to see if she can duplicate that a little bit with what we will do tomorrow on the show.
I used to like it as a kid when the guy would just fall off the end of the mountain. They would make the price too high and he'd just keep going and the crowd would go,
just like die a horrible death.
All the way down on the other side. So a little bit more college football in the final hour, but that's coming up tomorrow. And Guaranteed Friday is this Friday, so make sure you go to nextroundlive.com, find the Guaranteed Friday section. It's right almost near the top. Click on that and go ahead and send in your 3 guarantees and get to the head of the line there. We've got those documented and ready to go. But the NFL is heading into its final exhibition weekend coming up this weekend. Brady's back with the Bucs. They're raving about some receivers and running backs and skill players at the Carolina camp. The Falcons have looked better than expected. The Saints seem to have looked better than expected. All of a sudden, the NFC South looks to be an interesting division going into the year. From 2 weeks of preseason, with some still up in the air as we move forward, give me a storyline in the National Football League you're looking forward to this year. Which one interests you early in the year coming out of these camps so far?
Well, interesting storyline is Green Bay, the number 1 seed the last 3 years in the NFC, and it doesn't seem like outside of Allen Lazard that there are any true weapons on the perimeter. And you've heard Aaron Rodgers has been complaining about it, about these drops. And you just wonder, is this a team that Devontae Adams, Aaron Rodgers is, again, one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen, but how important was Devontae Adams?
Yeah, and I was reading the Raiders. I can't remember who they were practicing against yesterday, but Devontae Adams was back in practice, and they were talking about he and Carr were absolutely shredding whoever they were practicing.
Well, I remember watching them together at Fresno, and they had an incredible rapport. So that's going to be interesting, too. The AFC West is so deep now. When you think about Kansas City, obviously, now Tyreek Hill's gone. The Chargers were so close last year. The Raiders were in the playoffs last year. Denver now with Russell Wilson. I mean, that's a tough division to handicap.
Yeah. I'm weirdly interested. This is not an overall storyline in the season, but a Week 1 game, Panthers-Browns, I would not have paid one bit of attention to in Week 1 normally. But that storyline of Baker Mayfield making the start for the Panthers, hosting the Browns, is fascinating to me.
Well, they've got the better quarterback.
I know.
And Deshaun Watson watching from his VRBO somewhere.
Yeah. I almost wish the game were in Cleveland. I think it would actually be a much better storyline if Baker were coming back to Cleveland to make that start.
Well, that's his house, right?
I know. He actually lives in the stadium.
I mean, Home Depot had to. Those commercials are done.
Was it Home Depot?
No, it was
Progressive, I think.
Progressive?
I think.
Oh, I thought it was Home Depot.
I like it. I like it when.
I love the fact of commercials like that where you have no idea.
I love the commercials too.
I'm trying to think. Do you think it was Home Depot because the brown stadium, the color sticks out?
But I like when Alice Cooper comes over. He's like, "These were delivered to my door. Did you order these?"
Yeah.
Alice Cooper's living in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, of course.
Wicked Roller says Will Fuller rumored to Green Bay. Would that do anything for you?
I mean, Will Fuller, he's a burner, but he's a number 2. He's not a number 1.
Go look at his stats last year. Ain't gonna do a whole lot for you.
JM Dog says, please, Atlanta's still going to be 5-12. We'll be in the Will Anderson sweepstakes near the top of the draft.
Yeah, but they've got to address quarterback though, don't they?
Yeah, because they got
Ritter now.
Yeah,
So,
unless
but do you think that's their future?
I don't.
Unless he becomes a Dak Prescott-like player this year, no, they would probably address quarterback.
I mean, I guess I don't know that you do that right away because, like you said, Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick, who's your franchise quarterback now, and Ritter was the 3rd round. So I guess you got to give him a chance before you throw a 1st-rounder. But
remember,
I mean,
Dak was going to be the 3rd-string guy, and then those 2 injuries forced him into action. They were like, "Oh, look what we found."
No, you're right.
He may have never gotten a shot.
And I don't know if you're the Falcons, if you're that bad that you're drafting in the first couple of picks and Stroud or Bryce Young is available, that you don't just say, "Well, we got to do it now."
You know, it's amazing. I mean, Kellen Moore might still be in the NFL if he doesn't break his foot.
Yeah, now he's one of the better coaches in the league. Yeah. Michael, did you guys discuss Brady and Gronk were set to go to the Raiders? We did a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
Dana White. And as I said yesterday, I don't think they would have won the Super Bowl like they did in Tampa because Tampa's Super Bowl run was built on that defense. I don't think the parts around Brady in Las Vegas would have done it.
And I'll tell you right now, Carr and this is going to sound crazy, Carr and Adams are a better pair than Brady and Gronk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got a receiver and a tight end in comparison.
Yeah, and factor into that, too. I play a lot on the defense, but Brady had Evans and Godwin, who have been 2 studs, and some other side receivers, Antonio Brown at time and others. They've surrounded him with talent in Tampa, and I don't think Vegas would have been able to do that.
It's just wild that we're about to start this season, and Jimmy Garoppolo is still a 49er. I mean, I am puzzled by that. I really thought that guy would be playing elsewhere right now.
I'll tell you, that's another fascinating thing. I mean, they should have been in the Super Bowl, probably win the Super Bowl against Cincinnati if they don't have the meltdown against the Rams in the 4th quarter. And Garoppolo was that starting quarterback. You know, you've got the roster, obviously, with San Francisco, and now you're giving it to Trey Lance. How good is Trey Lance?
I mean, how often do you make an NFC championship game and change quarterbacks? I mean, that's just unheard of.
A guy that's been to 2 NFC championships in the last 3 years in a Super Bowl.
And I agree. He didn't tear it up in those championship games. Obviously, you're on DeMeco Ryans' defense is what you were resting on. But still, I mean, that's a
he still won 72% of his games. To me, the most important quarterback stat is win.
Jets kept Mark Sanchez. They went to back-to-back AFC championship games on their defense, and they never got rid of Sanchez.
Michael says you're more surprised that Durant's still a net or that Garoppolo's still a 49er.
Maybe that Garoppolo's still a 49er.
I don't know. Durant's still a net.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go into the season together, which is shocking.
Yeah, it is shocking.
Elliott says Raiders-Patriots practice this week has been pretty cool to watch. Patriots West versus Patriots East.
Yeah, that's who it was. That's who they were tearing up. And I was reading some of the New England people. They're like, I think it is time to officially be concerned about this defense. Yeah. The Devontae Adams and Carr were ripping them up in practice.
But, you know, Rodgers and Devontae Adams, before that, who was the guy he was throwing to that was really good? Is it Thielen? Was that him? What was his name?
No, Adam Thielen was in. No, you're thinking of.
Who was the wide receiver?
I know who you're thinking of, and I can't say his name.
Where did he go? Did he go to the Raiders or did he go to the Chargers?
Well, you had Randall Cobb.
Jordy Nelson.
Jordy Nelson, yeah.
He's retired.
They were tearing it up for a while, too. So Rodgers can make some people look good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Brady always did that.
Top of the hour. Bobby Carpenter's coming up. The show brought to you, The Lock every day at least, by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill. They built that company that you can trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, and fix it at a fair price. You can't beat that. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. That's Hemp Hill. You can call them up, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. Lance'sLock.com. Lance sends out a winner later on at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. We talked to Bobby Carpenter, BC, on the other side.
Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives The Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Really enjoy when I catch Bobby Carpenter on Sirius XM these days as we get ready for this football season. We're about to talk a little Ohio State football and everything going on in college football. And we mentioned this a couple of times over the summer. it seems like we're heading towards inevitable an Ohio State-Alabama national championship game, sort of like we had Alabama-Clemson a couple of times back in the past. Best two rosters in football going into the season, those two, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little surprised if we don't have that matchup in L.A.
Well,
we'll talk to Bobby after I tell you the great folks at the University of Montevallo ready to get you on campus for your son or daughter right now. Montevallo.edu for an in-person tour and find out everything Montevallo has to offer.
All right, Bobby Carpenter is with us now, part of our Baumhower's 40 and 40. We ask 64 of our viewers and analysts to vote. They picked Ohio State number 2. Bobby, of course, played there, and he is with us now from Outkick and SiriusXM on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Bobby? How are you?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. We'll start with Ohio State and get to some other things. We were making our top 5 guys we're most interested in seeing this year. One of mine was Marvin Harrison Jr. We saw him opposite Smith and Jigba in the Rose Bowl, and he looked good. The guy on the other side had like 7,000 reception yards in that one game, though. But that's a really good 1-2 punch for C.J. Stroud.
It really is. They've done a great job. Brian Hartline, the wide receivers coach, he played 8 years in the NFL. Really talented player himself, but was really a technician as well. So he's done a great job recruiting these guys, developing them, and he almost has this ability to kind of pick who he wants in high school football and bring him in to develop. And the irony is when they end up signing Marvin Harrison, when he committed, Marvin Harrison Jr., he wasn't a very big guy. He looked a lot more like his dad, whose dad was smaller, really skilled in and out of his routes, had great hands, good speed. And then during COVID, they didn't play at all, and they're looking at some film for the next year, and they didn't get a chance to see him. And they're watching the film, and Kyle McCorders, their backup quarterback, went to high school with them. And they're like, who is this guy? He's wearing the same number, and he had grown like 5 inches. He had went from like 5'10" to 6'3". He's probably 215 pounds, and he has a lot of his dad's same route running ability, but has immense size now. So his ability to go up and high point the ball, get contested ball catches and a lot of different things is pretty impressive. So watching him through the spring and then ultimately this fall, he's been one of the better receivers that I've seen, thus far. And that includes the guys who came out in the first round last year. That includes Jameson Williams, like as far as polish and everything that he provides, he's going to give you a lot. So they've got a full bevy and complement of receivers up there for C.J. Stroud. And that'll be interesting to kind of see how Ryan Day chooses to deploy and then ultimately, distribute the football because you only have one of them.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because you look – when you talk Ohio State, everybody talks about quarterbacks and wide receivers, but from Mo Clarett to Zeke Elliott to Trey Sermon, now Travion Henderson, if he's not the best running back, he's at least the second best running back in college football.
Yeah, he's a very talented player himself. And it all goes back to recruiting, guys. And you look at this, and there are times where you miss on people. I think quarterbacks is probably the easiest place to miss because it's so hard to project. But Trey Henderson was – probably 1 or 2 top-ranked running backs in the country coming out, played as a true freshman, looked really good, had some size, speed, good kid, works hard. And when you have that type of physical ability and the desire and hopefully the offensive line, which last year was good for Ohio State, they shuffled some things around, a couple guys left, should hopefully be even better, especially in the run game with the addition of Justin Fry, who came over from UCLA as the offensive line coach. I think that may even be able to take the run game to another level because that's one thing. Ryan Day loves to throw it. He's a quarterback, offensive guy, and all quarterbacks love to do that. But he does understand, coming from the NFL, there are points where you have to be able to run the ball. And I don't know if last year Ohio State, when against good defenses, when they had to run the ball and teams knew they had to run the ball, if they were quite able to do it to the level that they wanted. So that's something this year that they're going to try to remedy.
And you can speak to this because I know you're so close to that program, but you take a big national view of this as well. Do you think Ryan Day gets enough respect as a coach, or do you think a lot of people in college football just think he was in the right place at the right time to inherit a machine in Columbus?
I think both things can be true. Right place at right time in life, gentlemen. That's the secret to success about half of it. But that'll get you the job. Now, the second piece of it is what are you going to do with it once you get it? And so Ryan now, I believe this is his 4th season, that he'll be, getting involved in running this ship. And you look at what he's done. These are his recruits now. These are his players. a lot of this coaching staff is turned over. Yeah, the bones of it, from the football operations, the weight room, the strength staff, the training room, like all of those things are the same. But a lot of this staff, these are guys that he picked to bring in here. It's his crew, it's his recruits. And so, yeah, he did get a great situation, without a doubt. But also he took that great situation and he, I think, has amplified it. The reality is, though, gentlemen, you look at Dabo, you look at Kirby, you look at Saban. I mean, those guys have won national titles. And Ryan's been close. And, I think ideally, he wins that national championship here in the next, couple of years. Then you start putting him in that conversation of a coach who, A, recruits at a really high level, B, runs a great program, and then C, ultimately is great as far as schematics and understanding their side of the football. Because I think he has all of those things. He just needs that confirmation to be able to hoist the CFP here before too long.
Bobby Carpenter is with us at BCarp3 on Twitter. You see him on Outkick, hear him on Sirius XM Radio. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Once he gets the roster right, once he gets recruiting right, what stands in the way of Lincoln Riley winning big at Southern Cal?
Well, getting the roster right, getting recruiting right. I think a big piece of that is getting the defense right. Alex Grinch went with him from Oklahoma, and they were starting to turn the corner his last year there. I know this. Lincoln Riley's a great play caller. I think he does a pretty good job, running the program. But, part of that is holistically, you've got to make sure that you have both sides of the football under control. And at Oklahoma, it looked like they were starting to get the defense there. And, obviously they left before I think they finally got it where they wanted. At USC, their defense was atrocious last year. They had a lot of issues. It's a 4-8 team. You can have a ton of talent this year. But, I think USC could win 10 games. I also think they could probably win 7, or maybe they even win 11, but they could also probably have a floor of 6 or 7, just because when you pour a bunch of talent into a pot, it doesn't necessarily guarantee success, especially in football. You have to find a way to integrate it, make sure you're playing complementary football and all the pieces fit. But out there, well, he was in the Pac-12. They'll be joining the Big Ten eventually. He should be able to clean up in recruiting. And if you think about it, gentlemen, you look at all the quarterbacks that we've had, and I say we in the college football playoff, the last 4 or 5 years, you look at where Bryce Young's from, DJ Uiagalelei was supposed to be really good. Look at where he's from. You look at where CJ Stroud's from. Like, a lot of these guys are West Coast kids. And so if Lincoln can keep some of the quarterback talent on the West Coast, can recruit around it, they're going to be in the Big Ten, so it'll be a tougher pathway than it would have been in the Pac-12. But I would say that he should be able to have the men of Troy back to maybe where they were, at some point during the Pete Carroll era.
In that weird COVID year of 2020, Michigan was 2-4, and people started to question Jim Harbaugh. They bounced back, 12 wins last year, college football playoff. Do you think they've got staying power?
I think they obviously lost a lot on defense. I'm not sure the defense will be quite as good. They've got Cade McNamara coming back at quarterback. I think they like him. They don't love him. He's a known quantity. He's not going to lose you games. You got J.J. McCarthy, who they were starting to work in at quarterback at points last year, big-time 5-star guy. Their offense, they're getting some of their receivers back and healthy. I think they might be a little more explosive on offense this year, but maybe not quite as good on defense. But the big thing for Michigan, if you look at their non-conference schedule, and I can't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head.
Colorado State, Hawaii, and UConn.
Yeah, that's not hard.
Yeah, so you look at that, there's not a whole lot to write home about there. They should win all 3 of those. There's no big-time Power 5 school on there. I believe they play Iowa as their crossover game, if I'm not mistaken. Then they have Penn State and Michigan State at home, and then Ohio State at the end of the season. So they've got a very favorable schedule. And cruising into Columbus, I would have a hard time envisioning them with more than one loss. So I'm not sure exactly how good Michigan is this year, but I think they're going to have probably a 10-win season, maybe 11-win season, just because of the way their schedule really breaks for them this year.
So we'll circle back around to where we started. Dunaway said leading into you, it feels like a collision course, Ohio State and Alabama. Is that the feeling in the Buckeye State as well?
I think so. People are looking at this Notre Dame game, obviously, early on. It's a pretty big matchup. Ideally, when Alabama schedules Texas, you'd like to think that that's going to be a big-time clash as well. And it just depends on where programs are at, in their rebuilding or success process, if you will. But they're, looking at Notre Dame first. To get that going, there's a little bit of, I wouldn't say trepidation or anxiety, but there is a little uncertainty about the defense. The defense was not good last year for Ohio State. Jim Knowles comes in, looks a lot better, and I would say the comments around Central Ohio, Columbus, or even the state have been, if this is a top 15 defense, top 20 defense, they'll probably be playing Alabama with how good the offense is. If it's a top 10 to 5 defense, well, now you have an opportunity to probably challenge Alabama and potentially win it. And so that's what everybody is ultimately looking at. But I do believe you're correct in saying, people have their sights on Alabama trying to get back to the playoff this year, ultimately try to get back to the championship game. And Bama looks like the team that's probably most well-equipped to make it there in college football.
Hey, I always picture you doing most of your work from your house. Do you work out too at the house? Do you have the training area there at the house, or do you leave and go to the gym? Because every time I turn on the radio, you seem to be on somewhere.
So I do have during COVID, it forced me. We had like a little kind of weight room set up, but then once COVID, hit that, everything got shut down for the most part. So I've got a rack, I've got a treadmill, I've got some, dumbbell fly. I've got kind of everything I need at home. Not a full complement. It's not the biggest room in the world, but I have what I need. But before that, I would do afternoon radio, and I'd always work out from 6 to like 7:30 over at Ohio State. So thankfully now they've opened everything back up. In the last year, I'm going to do morning radio. I've kind of tailored back some of the other stuff I've done business-wise, and I like to get over there to be around the guys. So usually about 9 o'clock, I head in, lift, and they'll get a chance to catch practice during training camp and to just kind of be around the guys, help out a little bit, and do what I can. So I do work out at home some, but when I can get to a nice multi-million-dollar facility like you have in college football, I'm going to take that up when I can get it.
All right, he is Bobby Carpenter, played for the Cowboys, played for the Ohio State Buckeyes, had B-Carp 3. You see him on Outkick, as Jim said, Sirius XM all the time as well. Bobby, thank you for the time. Always great talking with you.
Hey, thanks, gentlemen. Anytime you need me.
All right, buddy. Take care. Bobby with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Played for the Rams, too.
Yeah. My apologies. Also played for God's team, the LA Rams.
Part of the Ramley right there.
Yes.
I will tell you that is Baumhauer's 40 and 40 all the way to number 2. We released it to start it. You knew where Ohio State was, and you knew Alabama was going to be number 1. We'll talk about the Tide a couple of times on the show tomorrow. It's all brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer is celebrating 40 years right here in the state of Alabama. Great hospitality and food for the last 40 years. The first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama back in 1981 to Wings and Things right there on the Strip in Tuscaloosa. Now they're celebrating 40 years with their Inflation Sucks menu, going easy on your wallet. Get in for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
If I said Ohio State has to lose a game this year, they've got to lose one in the regular season.
I mean, Wisconsin is the best team they play, probably, or they play it at home.
Yeah, I'm going to say at Penn State.
At Penn State.
I think Penn State's going to have a pretty good offense.
Do you now? Because I've kind of penciled in that as a win for Auburn. Not to jump too far from your question, Jim, but if they've got a good offense, that's a tougher game for Auburn.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on Clifford. They've got really good receivers.
Yeah, see, I just don't know that Sean Clifford coming back is that big a – I've never been blown away by that guy.
6th year, Sean Clifford.
Yeah.
I think he's 24 this year.
And let me rewind. Probably the best team they play is Michigan. I said Wisconsin just slam dunk like that. It's hard to think Michigan is going to win for the first time. How long was that? 16 years? The first time they beat them in 15 or 16 years? And then you're going to do it back-to-back is a little difficult.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Do they play Minnesota this year?
They do not play Minnesota.
That's one of those tricky teams that if you caught Minnesota on a weather night at home against Ohio State, that could be a tricky game.
Yeah, they're going to beat the brakes off Notre Dame. I know he brought up Notre Dame.
I'm with you on that.
I agree with you. Yeah. I mean, it could be a 4-touchdown
I
game.
can see that. Yeah.
I think that'll be a statement game, an early statement game. That's the prime ABC game, 6:30. You got the world watching that one with those two helmets, those two names. I think that is an early statement game for Ohio State.
And you heard it here first, okay?
All right.
They will almost 4 touchdowns beat Notre Dame.
No, I don't know if I go that far.
No, it'll be almost 4 touchdowns. And then the AP poll on Monday will take 54 votes there and 6 for Ohio State, and you'll see roughly about 20 people change their mind after that first game.
It'll be 34-26.
It'll be like 34-26, 36-24, like that.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll take all of the Georgia 3 votes as well, but you'll see a big difference of opinion in Ohio State after they kill Notre Dame in that opener.
Yeah, some of that. It's only 3 votes, I think you said, for Georgia. Some of that would depend on how good Georgia looks against Oregon. If Oregon plays with Georgia a little bit and Ohio State runs Notre Dame out of the shoe, they might.
You think it's possible? You think Oregon Georgia could be a fun game?
I think that'll be a better game than many think. I don't know what a final score would be. I mean,
are you saying Georgia Oregon?
Georgia Oregon.
I think that's another.
You think it's a bloodbath?
Massacre.
Yeah.
Patrick, by the way, Michigan last year basically was 2012 Notre Dame minus the fake girlfriend.
There's a lot of truth to that. The reason I think Oregon Georgia will be a little bit closer is this is a new defensive coordinator for Georgia, though it is Will Muschamp, and you got a lot of new guys playing in a new spot for that defense. They put most of their defense in the NFL. And if you're going to have busted assignments and mistakes, it's generally going to come in the first game there. Now, the other side of that is Oregon's playing with a new offensive coordinator, new head coach, new quarterback. So that probably balances the one another out. But Bo Nix is a pretty experienced quarterback. And I could see a busted assignment or two that leads to a touchdown. It's a closer game than you would think. I think Georgia wins it, though.
Still not officially named the starter yet, right? I have not missed that. Bo is not officially the starter at Oregon yet, right?
That is accurate, yeah.
That's one of 26 quarterback battles still out there waiting to get a name. That one, LSU, and Texas A&M. And Auburn, I guess, are some of the big ones we're waiting to get the official word on, though we think we have some hard leans on some of those. All right, our friends at Bud Light bring you the show every day. We cannot rave enough about our friends at Bud Light, including Bud Light Next. Right here you see the can, what it looks like in the can right there. Brewed for what's next. It's Bud Light Next. 0 carbs and 80 calories wherever you buy beer. Drink responsibly. When we come back, we've got 4 downs today, and then we talk UAB football with Bryant Vincent. All that straight ahead right here on the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, looking forward to a great weekend with the Birmingham Barons. It starts tomorrow night with Thirsty Thursday, right? Always good. Special cocktail and beer prices there, Thirsty Thursday. Special concession prices down at Regions Field with the Birmingham Barons, barons.com for details. On the 26th, which is Saturday, it's Friday, you've got Friday Fireworks that's happening with our friends at Alabama Power and Friday Fireworks. And also football kickoff night with the Barons is on Friday night, mini football giveaway down there. And they'll be helping out the Salvation Army night as well with the Birmingham Barons coming up on Friday night. And then over the weekend, Marvel Superhero Night. So go to barons.com to check that out. But I think the Barons in that one will be wearing Hulk jerseys of the Hulk.
Seriously?
Yep. And they'll auction off the jerseys for charity afterwards.
And if it's Marvel night, Brown will come in as Superman.
I do.
Just to
love that. Yeah. Not to defy. I really don't know, Reichster. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. So that's Saturday night for Marvel Superhero Night with our Birmingham Barons. And I'm told Iron Man is going to make an appearance.
What about She-Hulk? Is
Can you
She-Hulk
imagine
going to be there?
Getting out of an Uber? Sorry.
Is She-Hulk going to be there, you think?
She's an attorney. She's probably practicing.
No, I saw that they canceled that woman Batman deal. Batgirl.
Well, I think the She-Hulk's a joke too, right?
No, that's real. They did
slapstick.
The Batgirl was a $100 million HBO thing, Warner Brothers, that you just got canceled.
Warner Brothers like, no, we're not doing that.
They canceled a lot of stuff on HBO Max. People are really concerned.
We'll just take $100 million loss.
Yeah.
Forster, can you just Google real quick Barons Hulk jerseys, see if they're out there anywhere? I'd like to see.
Are they half torn and stuff?
Lunsford will have one on next week.
Him raking up?
Can you imagine, though, no joke, the manager getting pissed about a missed call and he comes out arguing with the umpire and he just rips that shirt off?
I think if they're going to be authentic, the breeches have got to be frayed and torn.
Frayed and purple, right?
Yeah. Barons.com for tickets there, and if we come across the jersey, we'll pass it along to you. They'll auction them off for charity afterwards. Time for 4 Downs every day on the show. Vulcan Tire brings you the 4 Downs, and they got 5 great locations.
They do. Soon to be at that 5th location in Pell City. Stop in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family, bumper to bumper, anything you need. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
First down.
All right, I'll take the first 2. You take the next 2, LT. On first down here, I'll ask you this. Michael Penix Jr. named the starting quarterback at Washington. Emory Jones, the starting quarterback at Arizona State. Who has the better season, Emory in Tempe or Penix Jr. in Seattle?
Oof. Boy, pre-injury, Penix Jr. was such a good quarterback for Indiana. And I've never seen Emory Jones play to that level.
But Penix has injured both knees. And I just don't know if he'll ever be the same. But he was named starting quarterback, and Kalen DeBoer is a guy that knows offense. I'm going to go Penix Jr.
I think I will, too. I don't know that he'll ever get back to what he was at Indiana. But, again, I've just never seen it out of Emory Jones. And I'll go Penix Jr.
And where was DeBoer successful before Washington?
Fresno.
Yeah. Does a good job. I'll go Penix Jr. as well, too. I just don't know how much talent's left at Arizona State at the receiver position, offensive line. Seems like they've been taking hits left and right, whether it's in the portal or whatever.
Yeah, you're just waiting for that to finally end for Herm, aren't you?
Yeah, I think it's probably close.
It seems inevitable.
Second down.
Truthfully, it seems more inevitable for Herm than it does for Brian Harsin, even at Auburn.
Yeah, I would agree.
Keaton Slovis named today as the starting quarterback at Pitt. Jaden Daniels hasn't won the job yet at LSU. A better season. Slovis or whomever is the starting quarterback at LSU?
Slovis. Pittsburgh's going to be good again this year. Pittsburgh's going to win close to 9 or 10 games, and I think, LSU to me is a team that hovers around 6 or 7 wins.
I do think Mark Whipple's a big loss, though, as the offensive coordinator. That guy has been a really good quarterbacks coach for a number of years in college football and went to Oklahoma State. Am I right about that, Lance? Is that where Whipple went?
No, Whipple went to Nebraska.
Excuse me. I knew it was somewhere in the Midwest. Went to Nebraska.
He's in Ireland right now, listening on the app.
That's right.
Thanks,
Don't
Coach
you
Whip.
wish we were in Ireland right now?
Yeah.
6:30.
Not really.
Do you not?
No.
Oh, I'd love to be in Ireland.
By the way, what would his Irish name be?
Whipple?
Yeah. It's Mark Whipple.
Well, I mean,
all you got to do is put an O in front of it, Jim.
Whipple?
Well, I'm just looking for the accent, if you're doing the accent.
Trying to think of another name that we could put something on the end with Whipple. Because putting an O in front of it just doesn't work in my Irish accent.
Okay.
Arsh.
Yes, go ahead there, Lance.
Arsh.
Third down.
So, more total touchdowns. Travion Henderson or Jahmyr Gibbs?
I mean, I'm going to say Gibbs. Normally you would say, Alabama's got the stars. They're going to spread it out more. But who's got more stars in the passing game and the offense?
Yeah, I mean, the receivers at Ohio State's got to get their touches, too.
Yeah, the better offense is Ohio State. The better defense is Alabama.
No, we're talking marginally better, probably on both cases. But I think I'd probably go Jahmyr Gibbs.
I think I'll go Gibbs as well.
Fourth down.
So what are we doing? Total touchdowns, Travion Henderson or Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yep.
I'll take that.
Okay.
I'll stake that. McWhipple. Kerry says, what about Mark McWhipple?
That's what I was looking for, Kerry. McWhipple.
Mark McWhipple.
Mark McWhipple.
McWhipple sounds like some kind of flurry you would get at McDonald's.
I'll take a McWhipple and a Big Mac, please.
Is this going to be our first that we post? Remember, we were talking about posting them where we don't forget them.
Yeah.
But we haven't decided. Okay, we love to rip things off. Inside the NBA with Barkley and Shaq, Kenny, and Ernie. When they do a bet, Ernie writes it on a sticky note and then walks over and sticks it somewhere on their set. We want to keep up.
We'd be covered.
I know.
Where do we stick it here?
I'll tell you where to stick it.
I mean, the easy place to put like a Post-it is just under the TV, but nobody can see it.
Yeah. So we're not on camera. You got to do it where we're on camera.
Inside the circle of the Next Round logo?
Yeah, we could do that.
Not on camera also. Well, they could use my camera.
Yeah.
Scott could use my camera.
But,
it's just a lot of work on Scott.
It's going to tacky that up, though.
Yeah,
well, wherever we're going to stick a wall full of sticky notes is going to tacky it up. Like, we can't put it on the glass.
No. Again, under the TV, I don't think would be bad.
Yeah, but nobody would see it, was your point.
What about on the Lego?
Oh, you can't touch that.
Yeah,
you
not
can't
the Lego
that.
chair. I sit on that thing.
Y'all are so negative about the Lego chair.
Yeah, not as bad as you guys are about the womb chair. I mean, two iconic pieces of our build-out.
Well, nobody even sits in the womb chair.
At least a ghost over there.
At least people sit on the Lego chair uncomfortably, but they sit on it.
But still, I mean, it's like, how often did you use Freedom Hall back in the day in Philadelphia? But they built the country. I enjoyed Freedom Hall.
I think Freedom Hall's in Louisville.
Freedom Hall's the basketball
the actual one where we signed the Declaration of Independence.
Give us a history lesson.
Yeah.
Crack that Liberty Bell.
Yeah. I'm just saying, there are some things that, were important on the build-out of the country.
Independence Hall.
Independence Hall.
Freedom Hall's in Louisville.
Independence Hall.
Remember when Denny Crum signed the Declaration of Independence?
Purvis Ellison.
Yeah. All right, we got to do fourth down.
Fourth down.
So Vince McMahon is 77 today. Cal Ripken is 63. Better career.
Oh, Vince is going to end it on a bad note.
Yeah, he is. Boy, Cal went out strong.
I mean, I would say Cal Ripken Jr., right?
Too, but Vince McMahon changed industry.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would go Vince McMahon.
I might, yeah. Rockstar's right.
XFL was huge that first time around.
Crash landing, but still.
As good as Cal Ripken was, he's what, the fourth or fifth best shortstop of all time?
He just played a bunch of games in a row. That's why you know about it.
Yeah, but how important is... Well, I mean, that's not fair. I mean, he was Ripken not
if Ripken
an MVP candidate at some point?
No, he won an MVP.
If he had a sick day in the middle of that, we would never talk about Cal
I think
Ripken.
he won MVP in '83.
Yeah. If he had taken one sick day, we'd never talk about him.
Did they win a World Series?
Yeah. We'd never talk about Cal Ripken if he took a sick day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ripken was really, really, really
No, he's a good player, but we'd
greatest.
never talk about him if he took a sick day.
We'd never talk about Vince McMahon unless it was scripted. I mean, it was a scripted thing.
That's what he changed.
No, I think Cal Ripken without the streak is Mike Schmidt.
Yeah, that's exactly right. When's the last time you mentioned Mike Schmidt? Almost never.
Dinner last night. That was
my point.
Yeah, love Mike Schmidt, though.
His mustache is back.
Yeah. All right, that's 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. Make sure you get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Anything bumper to bumper you need for you and your family, they can handle. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
UAB football head coach Bryant Vincent joins us next right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1 or callwaynes.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. LancesLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at LancesLock.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Back with you on the next round. Time to talk a little UAB football. 1 week from tomorrow night, we get going with UAB and Alabama A&M, 7 o'clock down at the stadium. Looking forward to that. You can still get those special tickets and pack out the stadium for Alabama A&M and UAB. Our interview every week is brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today, like that UAB football program. Legacy, the official credit union of the UAB Blazers.
And Coach Bryant Vincent is with us now. As Jim said, Coach, we're a week away. I mean, it's essentially game week now for you. What does that feel like?
It feels good. It's something obviously we've been working towards. We've had circled, we've had eyed, on our schedule to get to. We finished our last scrimmage Saturday night of fall camp in Protective Stadium. We had our mock scrimmage last night in Protective Stadium at the same time. The Alabama A&M game is going to kick off around 7 p.m. So today, we're in meetings with we're going to install the game plan. We're going to lift offensively and defensively. And then tomorrow we'll go out in helmets, game one of the game week. So we're excited.
Hey, not to jinx you, but you guys have stayed pretty healthy, right?
We have, very blessed, very fortunate. We've been physical. We've gotten after it. We've done a lot of 11 on 11, a lot of good on good, but we've been able to stay off the ground and protect each other, and we've been very minimal in our bumps and bruises.
If I said ideal situation, a normal week, how many running backs can play for you in one game? Because every time I get something from Ted, it seems like you got another running back star. I mean, how tough is it to spread the rock around with your running back room right now?
It's tough. We've got a great running back room. We've recruited very well here at UAB the last several years, from Dwayne McBride as our number one guy right now to Skull Brown is going to really hit the scene that we've talked about earlier here on the next round, to AJ Gates, to a guy named that's really Lee Witherspoon, who's had back-to-back good scrimmages. And I'm telling you, Taven Curry, a true freshman from Robertsdale, Alabama, continues to progress and grow and grow. He's a 6 foot, 205-pound kid that can really run, and he looks pretty good. He's getting better every day at outside zone.
So if I asked you, there are practices, and I know you do some teamwork in practices, but when you get into a scrimmage, like Witherspoon showing up in a scrimmage, does that carry more value than a normal practice for you leading into game week?
It just lets us know if we get in a situation where we've got, and to answer your question a minute ago, we're going to play two heavy backs. Like, we're going to work two with the Debo and Skull combination, back and forth and back and forth. And we always need that third back. He's usually a 5 to 7 carry guy a game. So, when you get to that fourth guy, depending on what he's really good at, he'll show up from time to time, but we'll usually play 3 solid a game with our major emphasis on 1 and 2.
I'll ask you the same question. Coach Bryant Vincent with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, joins us each week courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. I'll ask you the same question about quarterback. Do you plan against Alabama A&M to get a look at multiple quarterbacks?
Yeah, we do. Dylan Hopkins about an hour ago, they left my office about an hour ago. We named Dylan. We're going to name Dylan the starter today. We're going to announce it in the team meeting today at 1:45. So Dylan Hopkins will be our starter this year. Jacob Zeno will be our backup, and Jacob Zeno will play. And really the philosophy behind this is something we've carried here for years. And you can go back to 18, where A.J. Erdley started the first, 7 games, and Tyler Johnson finished the last 6. We've played 2 to 3 quarterbacks here ever since 18. And what we want to do is we want our starter. It's obviously he's the starter. It's his football team. But your backup, and I believe this, and this has been our philosophy here for years, your backup needs experience. So Jacob Zeno will play. How many times have you seen a football program or a football team, they're rolling, and then they come to the backup, and then it kind of you see a slide, and you see a team slow down and they have trouble scoring. And, we understand it's a 12-week journey. You can go back to 18, 19, 20, and 21, where we have had multiple starters, whether it was COVID, whether it was an injury, whatever it was, and we want our backup to be ready. And Jacob Zeno is a worthy backup that is ready, and he will play.
We've talked about your backs, we've talked about your quarterbacks, but one guy that's going to really help them out is Trey Shropshire on the perimeter. That guy, a tough name to say, by the way, but watching him last year, there were those moments, just big play moments. He looks like an NFL wide receiver.
He really does. He's 6'3". He showed up at 171 pounds. Right now, he's right at 198, 199. He's right at a 200-pound receiver. He can absolutely fly. He led the nation in yards per catch last year. Trey is a guy that hasn't missed a beat. He has matured even more. He's grown more. There's been a lot of growth and development in him as a man and as a player. I think that he is primed up to have another big year. He's worked hard on his underneath game. Everybody knows he can run a deep post and a deep go ball, but he's worked hard on his underneath game this offseason. I expect him to have another great year.
Is it important when you're a deep threat like he is? Because not every time is it the throw's perfect and you've got the guy beat where it's an easy catch and touchdown. Sometimes you have to out-jump a DB on a deep ball. He seems to really do a good job of high-pointing the ball wherever he is. Is that one of his best traits?
It really is. He reminds me a little bit of a center fielder, because a lot of time when that ball's in the air, just like, for instance, a Ryan Davis, it was a really good slot for us. Ryan played center field in high school, and he had SEC baseball offers. But Trey, when the ball's in the air, Trey does a great job tracking the ball. You go to the 2020 Marshall Championship, when that last play that Tyler threw it up, and it was behind him, and you see Trey turn around, and then he tracks the ball and made the catch and went and scored. So his ball tracking ability and high pointing ability is really, at a top level.
Your school made the announcement today, Ted, sent it out, that you'll have a decal honoring Jim Hillier, the late founder of UAB football, on the helmet. How important is that to educate your current players on who this was and what he did for the program, and to honor him the way you guys will?
I think it's extremely important. Anytime you have the history, you understand the history, and you know the history of a program, of a country, of a state, of a school, it's important. You need to know where you came from. You need to know the founding fathers of the program. To our first scrimmage of fall camp, we had Lynn, Coach Hillier's widow, come, and she spoke. We had around 80 former players, and I got Lynn in to come and talk to the team before the scrimmage, and talked about Coach Hillier and what UAB football meant to him and how he loved his players. And believe it or not, Lynn, she was the special teams coach. She coached the kickers. It was something that I didn't know to understand the history. She coached the kickers on Coach Hillier's football teams here at UAB. And I think if it's really a family and it's really a program, you love the traditions, you understand the history, you honor the history of the program, and it's a big deal to us to honor Coach Hillier. And I know his players hearing all his former players talk about Coach Hillier and what he meant to them and still means to them this day and what he taught them and how he loved them and cared about them. He made a tremendous impact on this program. And we're very excited to honor him game one and wear the helmet sticker decals on our helmets throughout the season.
All right, that game one, is next Thursday night down at Protective Stadium. You can still get tickets for that game. They're still available from UAB and the ticket office there. And Coach will be back with us on the eve of the first game. It'll be exciting next week when we talk to you, Coach. We always appreciate the time.
I appreciate you guys having us on. We want to pack out that stadium. We want all Birmingham to go get their tickets. And let's pack out Protective Stadium and get behind our Blazers.
Absolutely. It'll be a fun night. Thank you, Coach. Have a great week.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that is
Appreciate you.
Brian Vincent, the head coach for the UAB Blazers.
Yeah, an interview every week with Coach Vincent, brought to you by some great UAB folks at Legacy Credit Union. Legacy is who you can depend on, and they've been proving that to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. Legacy and UAB, hand in hand, building a championship in football and in your life. It's Legacy Credit Union, bringing you Brian Vincent there. Excited about that. And right there, naming, he's going to tell the team later on. Sometimes I forget he may have thought for a second that it was just all of us sitting around talking. He says, later on, we're going to tell the team it's going to be Dylan Hopkins and Zeno's going to be the backup, but Zeno's going to play.
Well, that says a lot about
you just told everybody, actually.
I know. It says a lot about the way you've recruited, though, at quarterback, that you can get a kid transferring in from a good program like Baylor, and he doesn't even win the job.
Yeah, I think they're going to be really good. I can't wait for week 2 when they've got to go to Liberty.
That's
a tough
game. Tough game. It was a tough game for him last year in Birmingham.
Charlie Brewer, starting quarterback for Hugh Freeze, and then running the RPO system for Hugh Freeze. Charlie Brewer is going to be much better like he was at Baylor. He started 20-something games at Baylor. He started 3 games at Utah, wasn't good. I think he's going to be much better at Liberty.
I screwed that up yesterday. I said Jerry Bohannon, who's the Baylor transfer that's starting at South Florida.
Right.
Instead of Charlie Brewer, who's the Baylor to Utah to Liberty transfer that's starting at Liberty. So that's on me.
And I think an official sellout for that UAB Liberty game, too. I think Liberty announced a sellout for that game, and they got a pretty sizable stadium there.
Yeah, and you got a long week to get ready for it if you're UAB. So that'll be an interesting road trip.
They got whipped last year.
Yeah, they did. Malik Willis was a man in that game. I remember talking to some UAB fans that are like, I can see why the NFL scouts like this guy.
Bobby in the chat room, Ripken was Rookie of the Year, MVP, and had 3,000 hits. You got to get Brown back on the old duels.
Okay, don't mistake what I'm saying. Cal Ripken was a tremendous player, Hall of Fame player. I'm saying we talk more about the fact that he never missed a game. If he ever had a couple sick days, we would almost never mention Cal Ripken.
And then Bobby says, excuse me, Ripken had 2 MVPs along with a World Series MVP.
All those things are true. Makes him a great
19
player.
All-Star games.
Lance just mentioned Mike Schmidt, widely regarded as the best third baseman ever to play the game. How often do you mention Mike Schmidt?
Well, we just don't talk baseball.
3 times now on
Twice
the show.
on the show.
Twice on the show, only because we're talking about how often we never talk about it.
Can I randomly bring something up, though? Because somebody's asking about scoring system for the team draft, and we've talked about doing that here instead of fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to bring it up on the air like this, but I'll be glad to.
Okay.
I didn't want to, but I'll be glad to.
Because this will look like I'm attacking Lunsford's plan for us to do fantasy football, but the college game seems to resonate, and maybe we can do this with the NFL Fantasy League we're going to do, but have a draft among the 6 of us where we draft the college teams, and you get points for wins, you lose points for losses, right?
The way we do it, so there's 8 of us, we put in X amount apiece. We've got a college draft, an NFL draft, snake draft. I had the 8th pick in both. I did trade my 8th in NFL for the 2nd because some people believe the 8th is better than the NFL for the snake.
The 8-9?
So you get 20 points per win, minus 20 for a loss, 15 for a shutout, minus 15 for getting shut out. And then you get extra points in the NFL for getting to the playoffs, winning the Super Bowl. College football, you get points
keep
for.
Up with.
That's really not. Yeah. College football, you get points for getting to a college football playoff and winning a national championship.
Do you keep up with it?
I do not.
Okay, it's not hard to keep up with it.
My man Sam Drummond, he keeps up with it. Does a great job. Used to be Steve Mason, but it's a lot of fun. And I highly recommend, because I've done regular fantasy before, but having 10 teams on a college football Saturday to pull for, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Lunsford says, I'm down for anything that helps me take money from Dunaway. I already do it on Monday night in poker, as well on Saturdays in our DraftKings and on Sundays in our DraftKings.
My concern is I am horrible about not remembering to set my fantasy lineups. So,
well, that's the good thing about this. You draft a team and you've got them all season.
I know.
Well, we'll talk about it. We roll on. Great question from Patrick. We'll do that in the final segment coming up here. I think we mentioned – no, I mentioned someone else in that job situation.
Okay.
We'll talk about that coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, getting you ready for the fall.
Oh, Jimmy D, we got dove season coming up and all those things. Nichols Outfitters right now know dove season is upon us. They've got the supplies in stock you need. 12, 20, 28 gauge shotgun shells in stock. But hurry, demand through the roof for dove season. Get set for this dove season with the guys who know the outdoors. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham, or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Final segment today, final thought, Patrick's question. After LT tells us about the great folks at Precision Sports getting you back into the game.
Yeah, and you heard Coach Vincent talk about how injury-free they've been. I really hope I didn't jinx them like I jinxed the...
For a guy that believes in jinxes, that was a heck of a question.
I know.
The old Lance mine.
Yeah, the old Lance mine strikes again.
It happened last Saturday night.
Yep.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, Patrick asked the question. Dennis Dodd writing one of his bold predictions for the year. Mark Stoops takes the Auburn job when it comes open. What do you think about Stoops leaving Kentucky to Auburn?
I mean, Auburn's obviously the better job.
If Auburn ever came open.
Stoops is, look, and you can win a championship at Auburn.
You can.
You can at Kentucky. It just depends on what Stoops wants.
Look,
if he just wants a ton of money, Kentucky will pay him a ton of money.
I mean, I look, if I'm considering the Auburn job and think, Gus Malzahn took him to Atlanta twice. Now, he got fired, but he took him to Atlanta twice. Am I ever going to go to Atlanta and Kentucky? The answer is no to that, if I'm realistic and I'm Mark Stoops. Then it comes to money, and it's not the gap it once was. Now, it could be. Auburn could decide they want to pay more for a Mark Stoops. And he'll get more than he's making at Kentucky, but it's just not the gap it once was.
Yeah, I don't think he would have taken it a couple of years ago. I could be wrong. I think he would take it now. I lean he would take it because he would look at the fact that Nick Saban is going to be done sooner than later.
Now, here's the other side of it, Dunaway. Here's how, and I think Mark and his wife are separated or divorced, unfortunately. But if I go home to my wife, you know what she says? I like it here in Lexington. And they fire every coach they have there, Mark. Baby, you're not going to get fired here.
That is a way to look at it.
You can keep this job as long as you want.
Yep, he can retire there.
And we're making $5.5 million, sweetie, and you can keep this job as long as you want it. Why would you go jump into a job like that? And now every coach thinks, well, I'm not the one that's going to get fired. Now, every coach that's going to Auburn has gotten fired, but every coach thinks I'm not the one that's going to do it. I'm going to be successful there because that's the way coaches think. But if I'm his wife, or if he had a wife, I'm trying to talk him out of it, honestly. I'm in a comfort zone now. I'm not driven the way my husband's driven if I'm a coach's wife. I'm looking for my comfort zone, making a lot of money, not getting fired.
Well, it depends on how you want to go out.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be a golden parachute. Imagine what his buyout would be.
Keep in mind that Harsin has the job now, but if it comes open and Matt Rule's out there too, who do you take, Rule or Stoops? If both of them wanted the job.
If both of them wanted the Auburn job, I'd go Rule in a heartbeat.
I think it's closer than that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think you can go wrong with either.
That'd be a good situation, wouldn't it?
Really would be.
All right, that's our show today. We are back with you live tomorrow. Don't forget, these guys are all at Odie's tonight for trivia. I may be going to play golf. How wet is it out there today?
It's been raining for three straight days. Yes. It's like a sponge.
Moist round out there today. May go hit the golf ball a little bit. Thanks for being with us. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Before you leave the chat room, if you haven't yet, hit that thumbs up button. Do that every day, and that helps us out a little bit. If you're in the chat room or anywhere on any of our platforms, go and subscribe over on YouTube. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.